Simone Ledeen, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Great to be here.
It's good to have you here. I've been wanting to have you on for quite a while, but I think right now is the perfect time. So thank you for coming.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. But yeah, lots of things going on in the news right now. I saw a tweet talking about Intel analysts and stuff that I'll read off here in a minute that really caught our attention. And so I want to dive into that because just a lot to talk about. And that tweet was, it caught me. So I'm going to start you off with an introduction here real quick. Simone Ledeen, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East, national security, counterterrorism, and intelligence expert with a career spanning decades across the Pentagon, Treasury, and global battlefields. Iraq and Afghanistan war vet, you led efforts to follow the money fueling insurgencies. A former senior civilian leader in the Pentagon during pivotal moments like the Abraham Accords and operations targeting Baghdadi and Soleimani, a pioneer in counter-threat finance, coordinating the SWIFT program at the Treasury and exposing terrorist financial networks, testified before Congress on the chaotic Afghanistan withdrawal, and managing director at Maven Defense Solutions, a senior fellow at UT's Strauss Center, and an advisor shaping the future of defense technology. Am I missing anything?
That's good.
It's quite the resume there. That's quite the resume.
Thank you.
But so a couple of things real quick here. Everybody gets a gift.
Awesome. Thank you.
Vigilance Elite Gummy Bears. Legal in all 50 states. You still pass your drug test. So, but yeah, so getting into this tweet that caught my attention from you. At a fundamental level, a lot of our analytic corps need to be completely destroyed and rebuilt. A lot of these people are coming from you-know-which schools, so they're totally indoctrinated and they don't know what they're talking about because they're not properly educated anyways. That really caught my attention, and so I wanted to, I know we're going to dive into this more in a little bit, but what was the premise of that?
Well, I said that in the aftermath of the leaked intelligence assessment right after our strike against Fort Dow, and it seemed like there was this intelligence product, this assessment that was leaked that said, and it was like within 24 hours or within 12 hours of the strike occurring, that there was no significant damage. And now I understood later after that tweet that the analysts did characterize it as that they had low confidence in their assessment, and that was not included in the original, I think it was CNN that originally published that. They left that out. But be that as it may, if you're looking at a satellite image of a bunker buster, you just see the entry point for the bunker buster. You don't see down where it actually exploded, and you don't see what the damage is. So there's no possible way of knowing within that time period what the damage was or was not. So that was kind of the context of my tweet. But I also wanted to make the point more broadly because it's a problem that I've seen for a few years now, and I don't look at. I'm just a normal person now. I don't look at our intelligence assessments anymore on a regular basis. But I do know these schools, these universities are institutions of higher learning where, people go, it's very hard to get in still. They get a brand, right? You're like stamped with a brand of one of these schools. And that means you're supposed to know something. That means that people are supposed to listen to you. And that's been, one of the pillars of our society really has been we've have our different institutions, right, that we have all bowed down to and have all said, yes, these are the people who are our leaders. These people become our presidents and our senators and our titans of business. But we've also seen in the past few years that they're completely indoctrinated by, I always say, Marxists, and they come out saying these like political platitudes without actually understanding anything that's behind what they're saying, because they're not learning how to think critically. This is really the point. Universities are meant to build critical thinkers, people who can look at a topic from many different points of view and then come to a conclusion, instead of only being taught one way because all the other ways are offensive or all the other ways are, put a label on it. The professors that used to teach a lot of those different points of view have been driven out of these universities. And what are you left with? You're left with this one perspective. That's what these students are taught. And then they are released out into the wild. Some of them become intelligence analysts. And what we're left with is intelligence analysis from people who have not been taught how to think critically. Now, I don't want to cast aspersions on like our entire intelligence community, all analysts in the community, because I have some good friends who are absolutely brilliant, and please, don't ever leave. But there are a lot of others, unfortunately, and it's a struggle. And the more you have decision makers, this is also how the problem plays out. You have all these decision makers who come from different backgrounds, who don't understand these nuances that, nerds like me and these Intel analysts know. So they look at a piece of analysis and they're like, oh, well, the intelligence community says this. They don't understand the nuance of we assess with low confidence. That doesn't matter to them because they don't know how to read that. And everyone knows that. So everyone who's writing for them knows that. So it's that really was the motivation behind my writing that. And there's a lot more to it. And I'm actually grateful to have this conversation because a lot of people know this is true. I'm not the only one.
I know it's true.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, I don't think it's just the universe. I think I don't think it's just Ivy League universities are doing this. I mean, I think this is a broader problem. I mean, everybody wants to live in their own echo chamber, and they only want the perspective that fills whatever their wants and maybe not needs, but you know what I'm saying? And,
yes.
And it's man, it's become just like such a problem, man. I mean, I just had Gavin Newsom on my show last week, and I got blasted for it. And I knew I would get blasted for it, but I mean, I'm just so tired of being. It's just everywhere. I mean, you're either right or you're left. You're either MAGA or you're not. I mean, the algorithms of the social media platforms, X, Instagram, Facebook, all of them. I mean, you only get one perspective because the algorithms are so good at, segregating those two camps. And so, I wanted to talk to the other side and just ask some questions, and people are outraged about it. It's crazy to me. It's like, I don't know how to get through this. I mean, nobody's doing it. Nobody's talking to the other side on either side. I mean, how are we supposed to have any civil discussions? You know what I mean? When it's that tribal.
We don't. I mean, we don't have. And then we don't have civil discussions right now. I mean, as you see the way you're being attacked, then, with respect to Gavin Newsom, I mean, he just, my perspective is he just says whatever. Mm-hmm. And he's, trying to build a larger platform for himself outside of California. It's probably why people are mad at you, because they might feel like you're giving him that opportunity. But also, why are people not critical thinkers anymore? Can you not hear him saying what he's saying and understand what's behind that? That's pretty shocking, to be honest with you. I agree that there should be a plurality of voices out there. And I mean, just for going back to intelligence analysts for a minute, their entire job is to ingest lots of different types of data, perspectives, and come to a conclusion based on all of the data and all of, these different reflections. And it's quite alarming. I mean, I served in the first Trump administration, and I still don't understand what a lot of people believe MAGA to be. I like ask 3 people what they think MAGA is, and you'll get 5 opinions. But the person who started MAGA was Donald Trump. And so does he get to kind of say what MAGA is and not? I'm not like deep into the U.S. politics for a good reason, which is I don't want to be attacked like you've been attacked. but I mean, it's like, it's weird. I don't get it. Yeah, it's a mystery to me too. I campaigned for him and everything, but I don't know. I'm certainly grateful that he won and Kamala Harris lost.
I mean, how do you fix this within the intelligence agencies? I mean, is it a total gut job?
Well,
and then where would the new ones come from?
This is the problem. I mean, we can't. What are we going to do? We do need a new generation of critical thinkers, and I'm grateful there are different institutions out there now that offer alternatives to some of these woke schools. But also what's great is the government is now going after some of these schools and saying, if you're only going to teach, and this isn't only Ivy Leagues, but the problem is especially bad in the Ivy Leagues, is if you're going to discriminate based on, XYZ categories, like that's against the law. You will not get federal funding for that. And that is going to cause change. They must change, because the amount of government funding to some of these schools is like they can't survive without it. So that's really motivating. That's how you start to change this. But also, I mean, people that are reading intelligence, you can grade what you're seeing and say, like, this is not useful because XYZ. But again, a lot of people who ingest that, who are what they call the customers, don't actually always understand that they're seeing something that's filtered through this like woke mind virus. And so, yeah, so it's a problem, but that's why also you have these senior analysts, you have the leaders who are seasoned, but they're also captured in many cases. They're also captured. And it's hard to fight against a system that only wants you to put out certain things, and you will get in trouble if you say other things. And I've seen people fired for publishing truthful assessments that were very unpopular.
Could you just give a specific example of that? Just so I want the audience to understand with examples of how this could affect intelligence.
Sure. Back in the day, you were not allowed to say that al-Qaeda leadership was living in Iran. You could not say it.
Why?
Because we might have had to do something about that. We were in the global war on terror at the time, and we were going after al-Qaeda everywhere it was. We didn't want to, I believe our leadership did not want to acknowledge that al-Qaeda leadership was in Iran, because then perhaps we would have had to do something about it. So, I saw reporting on that was like highest level of classification. So only very few people could actually ever see it. So also because it couldn't be published in like broader assessments that were going out to more people at lower classification levels. And then,
So
fast forward a couple of years, like I got out of government, went and did other things, came back in, and it was like just a thing that everyone acknowledged. Oh yeah, Al Qaeda's in Iran. Al Qaeda senior leadership's living in Iran. They've been there for a long time. It blew my mind. I'm like, oh, we're just saying that now? Like, that's crazy to me. There's someone I know got fired for writing that.
wow. So basically what you're saying is when hard intelligence facts are gathered, if it doesn't fit whatever narrative that is in play at the time, then that will never get reported to who it needs to go to.
I wouldn't say that in like so broadly, but yes, there are definitely times when things are purposely not promulgated out there. Maybe it's like point to point, only a few people know about it because it's so dangerous for that information to get shared more broadly. That's one of the problems that we have. People are working off of sometimes, misinformation or not all the information, even though we have it. It's just very, very tightly held for a variety of reasons. Sometimes, to be fair, it's not because it's like politically damaging potentially or puts the United States in an uncomfortable position, but because the source, we want to protect the source or how we collected the information in the first place. So it's not always that way. I want to be fair, but it's not always just to protect sources and methods either.
Well, I mean, talking about Al Qaeda camping out in Iran, I mean, Iran just got bombed. A lot of controversy over Israel right now and what's going on over there. So I wanted to unpack a couple of things that are going on and so let's start with, I mean, I woke up this morning, pulled up X. First thing I saw, Israel bombed Syria. So Israel's bombing Syria. Israel's bombing Iran. Israel is killing lots of people in Gaza. I mean, what is going on over there? Let's start with Syria, the latest.
Okay. I would just contextualize all the things that you've like that list that you just ran down. Contextualize that with October 7th, which is really was this is where all this started and where Israel was like, right, we're done. We're done with kind of the way we were doing things before, kicking the can down the road, kind of like trying to deal with situations rather than just completely, turn Gaza into a parking lot. But it changed their perspective. And by the way, if you look at internal polling, Israeli internal polling, they're very pro what's going on now because they suffered tremendously. I mean, it was horrific. October 7th was terrible. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for this. So Syria, this is not a short answer, Sean. Syria has been, there's so many players. Syria is not just about Syria. Over the past, since the quote unquote Arab Spring, which was, as we know, not a spring at all, there have been a lot of different forces in Syria fighting each other, plotting external attacks. Some of them, Iran had a very serious foothold in Syria through Hezbollah, and they had cut a deal with Assad, who was threatened. I mean, Assad wouldn't have survived the Arab Spring if it hadn't been for Russia and Iran. And so he became beholden to them. Where is he today? Moscow. So he became beholden to them. He became their puppet. So also, if you consider the geography, like where Israel and Syria meet, there's only a small area, the Golan Heights, where they share a border. But Israel's been concerned about this for many years. First, there was Hezbollah kind of massing there, getting ready to do something. Who knows? There's ISIS. There's all these different forces in play that ultimately threaten the state of Israel. And again, after October 7th, this became like, we're going to have to do something eventually. I don't think that Israel ever thought they would have the opportunity to address these Iranian proxies one by one. I think their plan was always, how are we going to fight everyone at the same time? So it's worked out well for them, and they've been incredibly masterful at how they've kind of addressed each one of these Iranian proxies. But now there's a new manager in town, formerly a guest of ours at Camp Buka, the new leader of Syria, Jalani. He has turned a new leaf, as he is portraying to the world. He's no longer wearing his jihadi garb. He wears a suit. He's been welcomed into the international community. And our own government really, we want a new Abraham Accords with Syria joining the Abraham Accords. We've lifted a lot of sanctions. We want to do business there. And I hope for that. I hope that happens. However, you got Jalani in Damascus, and then you have kind of his lieutenants or loosely aligned groups that are still sort of running things outside of Damascus. And he needs to get better control over that. Now, there's a debate about, was he responsible for what's happened over the past few days, which is horrific attacks against the Druze community. And
The what community?
Druze.
What is that?
They're minority. They're a minority group. And they're not just in Syria. They're in Israel as well. They're actually very active in the Israeli security services. They serve in the IDF. And they play an important role in Israel and Israeli national security. So they were attacked in a pretty horrific way. There's videos all over social media about murders of hundreds of people that were filmed, the humiliations that were forced on the Druze before they were murdered, including some of their religious leaders. It's bad. It's very bad. And
So these are basically, the Druze is basically Muslim Israelis.
no, they're
Is
not
that correct?
They're Druze. So they live in Israel, they live in Syria. They're spread out. If you consider, Kurds who kind of live in a bunch of different countries, they're kind of their own tribal network. That's the Druze. They have their own tribal network. They're spread across Syria, Israel, and maybe more than that. I cannot say I'm a deep Syria expert, but what I do know is that they were attacked pretty badly, and there were attacks against Christians prior to that. Inside of churches, murders, rapes. And this was the second attack against the Druze under this kind of new Jalani government. And I don't want to, it is a Jalani government that's they've been acknowledged into, by our leadership. So anyway, all that to say, Israel acted in defense of the Druze.
Okay.
And that was what they did this morning. They'd been messaging for a while, cut this shit out. This is really bad. We don't like to see this. But it didn't stop. And they had a problem too, which was I read a report that said over 1,000 Druze from Israel like knocked down the fence between Israel and Syria and just like went into Syria to fight with their Druze brothers. And Israel was like, whoa, we don't want our citizens to get killed in Syria. They don't want any bigger problems. Do you know what I mean? Everyone wants us to calm down, quiet down. We're going in a good direction. Please stop killing each other. That was the point of this attack, the Israeli attack today.
Okay.
I really, I hope that's the end.
Why are elite athletes and high performers using Armora colostrum? Because Armora colostrum is nature's first whole food with over 400 bioactive nutrients working at the cellular level to help build lean muscle, accelerate recovery, and to fuel performance, all without artificial stimulants or synthetic junk. Armora can help strengthen immunity, help ignite metabolism, and so much more. I've been using Armora ever since they sent me some to try. I have more energy and faster recovery after long days and workouts. Whether you're running a business, training hard, or just want an edge, Armora can help optimize your body for peak output. I've worked out a special offer for my audience. Receive 30% off your first subscription order. Go to armora.com/SRS or enter SRS to get 30% off your first subscription order. That's armra.com/SRS. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. These statements and information are not a substitute for or alternative to seeking care from your healthcare providers. I've spent years on this show pulling back the curtain and trying to reveal what's really happening in this country. And the truth is, there's a double standard here in America. You see time and time again, people defending themselves, defending their family, and then the judicial system goes after them. It's a double standard. And if you don't believe me, check out episode number 3 with Don Bradley. That is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because it's not just about what you did, believe it or not, it's how the legal system interprets it. And that's why I'm a USCCA member. The USCCA has over 860,000 members because they know the reality is, after you stop the threat, the real fight begins. Your membership gives you the education, elite training, and self-defense liability insurance you need for the second fight, the legal one. Plus, every member also gets access to a 24/7 critical response team and attorney network in the event of a self-defense incident. Violent crime happens too often in America. This isn't about living in fear. This is about being prepared when things go sideways. You don't get to schedule danger, and with the world changing so fast, you have to do what you can to protect your family. Check out the USCCA's risk-free membership at uscca.com/SRS. That's uscca.com/SRS. Protect more than just your life, protect your future. Go right now to uscca.com/SRS. What would you think if US got involved in that? Do you think it's our place?
No, definitely not.
Do you think it was our place with the Iran stuff?
I think specifically targeting for Dow, nobody else could have done it but us. And President Trump had said for so many years, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon, that he had his own credibility riding on that, and he had to. But yes, I do also think it was the right thing to do. I never thought that this would turn into American boots on the ground. It won't. It can't. We're not doing that.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, that's good to hear, because that was my worry is, and look, I'm not an Israel expert. I'm not an Iran. I'm not a Middle East expert. But, I mean, Trump ran his campaign. We're not going to get into any more forever wars. And that seems to be kicking the hornet's nest in my book. And, and the thing is, I'm not saying Israel was right or wrong in doing what they did, with Iran. But you just mentioned it. I know we're going to dive in a lot more. I mean, Iran has used terrorist organizations as proxies, from what I know, throughout the entire 20 whatever year war.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And we never did a damn thing about it. Nothing. My fucking friends were getting killed out there by this shit. Nobody gave a fuck. Now Israel gets involved, and all of a sudden it's like at the snap of a finger, fuck it, we're bombing them. And that to me is like a slap in the face. That's like, so when it's Americans that are getting killed, we don't do shit. But when Israel's involved, then we're going to step in and do something. I don't understand that at all. And I'm not getting into the conspiracy stuff about all the shit that you read online, but that's just how I feel, and that's how a very large percentage of the veteran population feels.
Yeah,
is what's going on? Like, why weren't you there for us?
I mean, I could not agree more in the sense that,
and that goes through Trump's last administration and Obama administration and the Bush administration. Yeah. That's all of them.
Yeah,
and the Biden administration.
I mean, I was tracking, like, we saw Iranian money moving through, like, in early days of Iraq. We were just watching it, and there were a few things that happened where, just a deep sigh because of all of the terrible loss and missed opportunities. But I was there during the Bush administration, and I mean, there was a policy decision, even though we knew what was happening, what they were building, who they were dealing with, we let them. And then they started killing us, and essentially we let them, with very few exceptions. And I agree with you. That is messed up. And I mean, we should all be incredibly angry about that. I will also say that, I mean, I'm not making excuses for anybody. Like, I demand accountability like everybody else. We have had none, and we deserve it. Mm-hmm. And our dead friends deserve it, and their families. But I will say, this is not the same thing. Like, you want this regime that creates these terror proxies that we know have killed Americans, like, aggressively gone after us. You want them to have a nuke. You want them to give that, nuclear weapon technology to the freaking Houthis and whoever else. I don't. And so just because one thing was wrong doesn't mean this is right. Mm-hmm. Or this isn't right. I just, like, having Iran have a nuclear weapon, like, their ballistic missile technology, it's worth saying this too. Their ballistic missile technology was so sophisticated. They were building missiles that could go farther and farther and farther, not just to hit Israel. What were they going to do with those ballistic missiles that could travel so far? They were targeting us, mm-hmm. or eventually. So it was in our national interest to make sure that they never got a nuclear weapon. And I think if Israel had the technology to do it themselves, I think we would have let them, and we wouldn't have gotten involved. But unfortunately, we are the only ones that have that technology. We have the B-2. We have these bunker busters. Maybe we'll start selling those to Israel. Great. But it's in our interest too. Like, they are coming for us too. So I know they're coming for us. I'm not saying that at all, but there was a couple other things that came out. I mean, I know you have a lot of friends and acquaintances still in intelligence, and probably a lot more than I do. I still have a couple.
But, I talked to one person. They said not one of our 18 intelligence agencies reported that Iran had nuclear capabilities. In fact, March 2025, Tulsi Gabbard, this is her. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei, sorry, I butchered his name, has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. And then in June of 25, quoted, America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months. If they decide to finalize the assembly, President Trump has been clear that can't happen, and I agree. And so, I mean, how did this all change just within a couple of months? They had no capability. Now all of us, I mean, after years and years of intel,
Yeah.
all of a sudden in a couple of months, oh shit, they've got nuclear capabilities. We need to take care of this. That didn't come from us. That came from Mossad. Why wouldn't we trust our 18 intelligence agencies more than we trust the foreign governments?
Well, that foreign government had completely penetrated Iran, and we hadn't. I mean, we see their operations potentially ongoing even now. So targeted, so specific. We weren't where they were, and they saw things that we didn't. And I love a good conspiracy as much as the next person, but like, they have to get this right. I mean, we did not have, in my opinion, based on what I saw previously, we did not have that level of penetration that they did, and that was a game changer.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. It's just things that I don't understand because I don't have a full picture, and with a lot of the stuff that you could read on the internet, I mean, it just gets you real.
No, but it's tough, Sean, because people hear that and they're like, oh, the Israelis told us, so we just believe them, and then we're gonna go take out their biggest enemy. I get that, and it sucks. It also happens to be true, so I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it is. I wish that we had better collection inside of Iran, that we had better collection. Now, things are changing, but not in terms of us, but what's going to happen with the regime, I don't know anymore, because they're totally defenseless right now.
I mean, do you just going back on our earlier conversation when we were talking about analysts and intelligence folks, I mean, not knowing what they're doing because of where they came from the Ivy League schools. I mean, do you think that played into why we didn't have that type of intelligence?
I think that's part of it. Yeah. I think that's part of it. I think just our general risk aversion is overwhelming. And you were in the CIA. You saw, like, institutionally, they're risk averse. Hopefully now things are changing there. But I don't know. And I know I was extremely frustrated by how little was going on. I'm like, 4 years ago, we could see the trajectory of this whole thing with Iran, right? With them building the nukes, whether you want to parse that they're this close or that close. The intelligence community started playing these games where they're like, well, they can make if they decided to make a nuclear weapon, they could do it within, a very short period of time. But it's like, with medium, I think at the time it was like medium, what do you call it? Sorry, that they had medium confidence of that assessment. I'm like, so you don't know anything. Basically, like, I'm supposed to make decisions off of this, or I'm supposed to advise my boss's boss about, like, based on that. That's not that helpful. And of course, having been an intelligence analyst before, I know, like, I get it, and I don't want to, like, beat the dead horse too much. I mean, sometimes you have what you have to work with, unfortunately, and but I think at the end of the day, the president in his first term, President Trump, made it clear, no new wars. He didn't want to go to war with Iran. He wanted a deal. There were things that we could have done back then, like beneath the level of armed conflict, we have authorities that we can use to do certain things that are, in the gray zone. Sean, you know about all of that. We could have done that. And I didn't really see anyone who could have done it do it.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it led to a scenario where there was no other option. The only option was this big kinetic public thing. Could we have potentially avoided that earlier with a little more risk taking? I think so. And again, no accountability for any of that at all.
Yeah. Is it is it true that in Trump's first term he took the inspectors of the nuclear facilities out
I don't know. I don't know about
in
that.
Iran? Okay. That's something I've been wanting to dive into. But anyways, let's move on. So we have a lot of stuff to discuss. And I really am excited to get into the Iraq war with you. But I thought it would be good to do somewhat of a life story, and then we can go down rabbit holes along the way.
Great.
So where did you grow up?
Well, my parents are American, but they met and married in Italy. So I was born in the U.S., but I spent my early years in Rome. And actually, Italian's my first language.
Is it really?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
It's beautiful, but not that helpful in outside of like restaurants and going on nice trips. But yeah, so we moved to DC when I was like 4. My father was a university professor at the time, and he started getting death threats from the communists. There was the Red Brigades, very active in left-wing terrorists, communist terrorists, very active in Italy, and they had killed a bunch of people there. And he got a death threat, and I was very young, and he was like, "We out." So we came to the U.S. He got a job at a think tank at Georgetown University, and so I grew up in D.C., in the D.C. area, swamp creature.
Swamp creature.
My mother worked. My parents ended up both working in the Reagan administration. My father went to the State Department and eventually to the National Security Council. And my mother was working at the Pentagon doing technology transfer, like trying to keep the Soviets from getting our best technology.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's where I grew up. And then I ended up, my father, unfortunately, at the National Security Council, ended up working in the same office with Oliver North and Bud McFarlane, and was swept up in the Iran-Contra affair. I was 12 when all that happened, and I had a pretty uncomfortable exchange with the principal of the school that I was in, who asked me if my father was guilty. And I went home that day and told my mother, and she was like, "Well, you don't have to go back to that school ever again." And so kind of mid-year, I switched to a new school, very bougie, all-girls school, where like everyone's dad was way more important than mine and no one cared. And I only learned later, how much of a struggle that was for my parents to be able to pay that tuition, because it was like one of those borderline things where they didn't qualify for any kind of scholarship. And frankly, I wasn't a good enough student to get any kind of scholarship, anything, but they sacrificed a lot to pay for my education, and I'm very grateful. But anyway, yeah, so I went through high school there, and then off to college.
Where'd you go?
I went to a school called Brandeis University in Massachusetts, and I did not do particularly well in school, in high school. But when I got to college, I realized that I knew more than a lot of other people just because my school was so good. And it all started to make sense. Like, why did I have to go there and not just public school? So yeah, I remain very grateful for that. But yeah, I went to Brandeis University, majored in European cultural studies, just so that I could get credit for a full year overseas. Pretty much always wanted to travel, live overseas, had the wanderlust. And so I went to Italy and did like, in my mind, I had this eat, pray, love thing. I went to Florence and thought it would be this great adventure, but I made a critical mistake, which was I actually did a program at the University of Florence, which was like hard as shit. So I had to do it. It was in Italian, and you go to the way they do it there is like you go to lectures, you read this whole pile of books, they give you the reading list, and like you have one exam at the end of the year, and it's an oral exam in front of a panel of professors, and it's like half an hour, and they can ask you anything. And that sucked. I had no eat, pray, love situation. I had like study, and but I learned a lot, and Florence was beautiful. And I got out of Brandeis, which already was like crazy left. Coming from DC, I wanted nothing to do with politics. I just wanted to be like normal kid, normal experiences. I mean, when I was young, I remember in DC, we had like Jean Kirkpatrick over for dinner one night. And my father was like delayed at work. So it was like me and my mom with Jean Kirkpatrick, the ambassador to the United Nations. I mean, if you ever look her up on YouTube, she was like a serious person. Okay, serious person. And I guess our oven broke. My mom was putting some like frozen hors d'oeuvres or whatever in the oven to warm up, and the oven was broken. So she sent me next door, like to use the next door neighbor's oven. And I got stopped by the Secret Service because I'm running back and forth with food. They're like, what are you doing with the food? And that was I had a weird childhood. It was not like a lot of other kids. So when I went to college, I just wanted to be normal. And but instead, there was just all this craziness already. And like we had, I forget what year it was, maybe in my sophomore year, we had a big student event, which was Angela Davis. Was invited as a speaker. Angela Davis, former vice presidential candidate under the Communist Party. She was briefly on the FBI's 10 most wanted list for like busting her boyfriend out of court. I think a judge was killed in the process.
Wow.
So she was invited to speak at my school, and she was being paid out of student funds. And I was like, absolutely not. And that was also, I ended up kind of speaking out about that a little bit because I'm like, this is crazy. And you're not even telling the students who this person is. Like, she's bad news. And anyway, it was even back then, it was a problem. And I'm 50 years old. So this was a few years ago. But yeah, so I went overseas for a year, just kind of did that thing and came back. I wrote an honors thesis and got out of there. And I don't think I've ever been back to Boston since then. It was like way too cold for me and just not great memories. But I got through it and I finished, which was my goal. And then I came back to DC, got a job briefly, like for a tech company, just kind of feeling my way around, didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life. I got this job working for a guy who had invented something that was acquired by a company called Lucent Technologies, which doesn't exist anymore. But he made like over $1 billion off of it. And he decided that he was going to start up all these related tech companies that would like be each other's customers. And I worked for him. I mean, I was like basically one level above intern, but it was cool. And anyway, from there I went to business school. And I went to business school in Italy, but that was right when 9/11 happened. It kind of changed my life.
Yeah, I saw that. How did it change your life?
Well, one of my mother's like best friends was on the plane that hit the Pentagon, and we at the time I was like a few blocks away. I was in Pentagon City, and so you could feel the apartment building shake when the plane hit, and we already knew. We'd already heard about what had happened in New York City. And I didn't know till later that day that Barbara was on that plane. Barbara Olson was her name. And it turned out that she had switched her flight at the last minute. She was like a political commentator. She wrote, her last book was about Hillary Clinton. Not a fan. And she was on her way. I think she was supposed to go to Bill Maher's show. That's why she was on that flight. It was going to Los Angeles. And her husband's birthday was September 11th. So at the last minute, she changed her flight so that she could be with her husband on the morning of his birthday.
Oh,
and when he got to bed that night, he found that she had left him a note as well. But yeah, that changed my life. It changed the life of our entire family, my two younger brothers as well. So I was already about to leave. I was about to leave for business school in Milan, and everything was grounded, and I had time to, think about everything, go to Barbara's memorial service, and just kind of be with her widower, with Ted, and just think about, like, do I even give a shit about any of this anymore? Like, I had all these plans to go, whatever, have more European adventures or whatever. And I'm like, I don't care about any of that anymore. I've been so lucky. I came from a great family. I have a great education. I need to serve my country now. And I didn't know how, but kind of the seed was planted. And as I thought about it, I realized, like, what is school? You go to school to learn a certain set of tools that you can use however you want. So that's when I started to get the idea, like, there's going to be somebody tracking terrorist money. So I'm going to go to business school. I'm going to learn about international finance, and then I'm going to figure out how to help do that. And that's what I ended up doing. Wow.
And you deployed to Iraq.
I did, 2003. Yep.
How was
Early
that?
days. Well, it was a shit show. It was.
You were there for the invasion?
No.
Okay.
They trucked us into Kuwait in September, and we were in Kuwait, or was it late August? I can't remember. We were in Kuwait for like a week, and they had started up this like bizarre week-long training in a classroom for civilians who had never done anything like this before. And it was kind of like, mop gear, it's important, but you're not going to have any. Flak vest, also important. Yours doesn't have any plates. So it was like, cool. But at the time when we got there, I think it was sometime in September that we got to Baghdad. It was right before things started blowing up, like right before the UN. The UN thing was like a big turning point when the head of the UN mission there got blown up. So when I first got there, they had like government Suburbans at the Four Heads Palace is what they called it, because it had four heads like of Saddam Hussein on top of the palace, the presidential palace, as it's now known. We could just sign out a car and like drive into the city, like go buy some pistachios, and it was like that for about 5 minutes after I got there, and then things started going boom pretty fast.
Yeah.
But we we were housed in the palace. They just put cots in, I don't know if it was like a ballroom. So it's one of the huge rooms. They just put all these cots out and the lights were on 24/7. I saw a baby being made right there in front of like a lot of people. The mother and father eventually got married, but there was a lot going on there. A lot going on. Yeah. So, but we were trying to do the work that we were given. So I was an advisor in the Coalition Provisional Authority. I was an advisor to the Ministry of Finance.
Okay.
What does that mean? They basically, what they told me my job was going to be was Excel spreadsheets. And like having just finished my MBA, I was like, I know how to do that. At the time, there were a lot of countries that wanted to donate to the rebuilding of Iraq. And a lot of people forget this now, but in the early days, there were also a lot of other countries that were there, not in combat, but in like, they wanted to show up and give and lend support. Now this, like fast forward to Afghanistan, and you see all these, there were foreign nations that were there who fought with us and bled with us and died with us. In Iraq, people showed up. But then pretty quickly, this war became very unpopular in their countries, and we were kind of on our own. And I saw a lot of these foreign troops kind of, peace out. But yeah, so we were specifically, my team was on what they called a budget execution team, which was basically like executing the budget, paying out the money. In an environment like that, it's really hard because everything was cash. And they also decided, the powers that be decided, the old dinars that had Saddam's face on them had to be, they needed to be phased out, and there need to be new dinars made, and they were being made in England. And this was after a few months. They were trucked in, and we had to trade out the old ones for the new ones. And we had to make sure like the teachers got paid. But, I remember when, there's so many things to say about this. I really don't even know where to begin, but I remember when Bremer announced that they were disbanding the Iraqi army. And at the time they said that the Iraqi army soldiers were going to be given 3 months' pay, and that's it. Like, go figure out your new life. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've read books where people tracked, like, when did the insurgency really start? And I remember there were riots. I mean, when they would show up to get their payments, and people, like CPA people, not me, but others, had to tell them, like, we're done. You're not getting paid anymore. They would riot. And then they started making threats. And then they started following through with those threats. It wasn't hard to see. It's just, there was a very concerted political effort to ignore it. So, for example, I learned later that going back to our intelligence assessment discussion, intelligence analysts were not allowed to use the term insurgency until Donald Rumsfeld left as Secretary of Defense.
What?
Unrest. They had to call it unrest. They couldn't call it insurgency. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that happened. There were new ministers for all the different Iraqi ministries that were installed. And, there was this idea of like trying to be fair, because obviously the Ba'ath Party was all Sunni and they wanted to put in Shia and kind of make it fair. Well, a lot of the Shia were turned out to either become problematic or Iran related or just weak and not popular with the people. So they didn't hang around for that long. But I mean, I remember working with the Iraqi Minister of Finance. So our team, we were out of the green zone like every day. We would travel to the Ministry of Finance. For anyone who knows about security, let me paint this insane picture for you. So we were in a soft vehicle in a Suburban with a Humvee of soldiers in front of us and behind us.
You were in a soft armored vehicle?
Yeah.
No armored vehicle.
For many, many, many months, there were no armored vehicles available for us because we were like GS9.
What year is this?
04, 03, 04.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And we had flak vests with no plates in them. But we were out like every day. And I felt badly personally, and we felt badly. I know my teammates did, because these soldiers were there like protecting us. I'm like, my life isn't worth more than his life. Like, why? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Why are we doing this? Like, why can't we all just get in like a Toyota, and drive over there? No one will know who we are. Like, why are we doing this? It just seemed crazy. And then we'd be stuck in traffic, and there'd be all these like apartment buildings all around us, and so none of that ever made sense to me. But we would have over time, a decision was made, because these ministers, the Iraqi ministers, they requested security. They'd say, I'm unsafe. Our ministry is not safe. There's no Iraqi army anymore. The American military is not guarding, had no interest in guarding ministry of whatever. So they wanted their own security. So the decision was made by the CPA, Bremer, I assume, to provide them with their own security force. And they could pick their own security force. And in many cases, so we could train them, we could equip them, give them firearms. And I mean, imagine this, like new Shia, I mean, these were like, some of them became Shia militias, and we started them. When I left Iraq in 2004, one of the people that I worked with, he was an advisor in the Ministry of Interior. He was working with this, it was called the Facilities Protection Service, FPS. He gave me an armband from the FPS. And I still have it. I have it in my office at home, just to remind me, like, we are a big part of what is wrong. We did it. And a lot of what we're seeing today is like second and third order effects of the very poor decisions that we made, and the fact that we refused to acknowledge them at the time and try to address them and try to find some accountability.
Could you elaborate on how we created that problem a little bit more?
Yeah. So, like I was saying, the FPS in this specific case, the FPS became like militias. Like, they grew. The security forces around these different ministries grew, and there were some ministers, the Shia ones, that some of them were, it turned out, talking to Qasem Soleimani. Qasem Soleimani was already the head of the IRGC Quds Force, was already like running networks inside of Iraq, and he influenced networks. And this was like a point that he picked up on, an opportunity. But it also came out, I think it's important also to talk about Ahmed Chalabi. So Ahmed Chalabi,
who's that?
He was a big figure in the run-up to the invasion. He was the head of something called the Iraqi National Congress, and was one of the main people saying, when you invade Iraq, like, the people will embrace you and throw flowers on you. And he was really embraced by, group like American like neocons, and of which my father was one. My father was, friends with some of those people, and some of the big kind of pro-Iraq invasion people. And I grew up around them. And so when I got to Iraq, there were people who worked for him who were like, "Oh, Simone, hello." And this was a really big like pivot point for me personally when I just started to see what was going on. And he had this car scheme at the Ministry of Finance where it was basically like a money laundering scheme of like getting cars from the coalition and then selling them and making money off of it, and which is money laundering.
Wow.
And the Iraqi Minister of Finance one day when I was there working called me into his office, and he had like, turned out Chalabi had like someone outside of his office just sitting there watching who came in and out all day. And he called me into his office and shut the door, and he was like, "You have to help me. They're going to kill me." And I'm like, "Who?" I'm 28 years old. Again, I told you my background. I'm like, "What are you talking about? Who?" And he wouldn't say the name, but he's like, "You see this guy outside? Like, they're trying to make me do all kinds of things. Help me." So I didn't know what to do. I mean, I went back to my leadership and I was like, wrote my little report, and that guy wasn't finance minister for very much longer. But I started to see what was going on and what Chalabi in particular was doing. And I told my father, I was like, "This is not a good guy. This guy is not one of us. He's not doing pro-America stuff. And in fact, he's doing a lot of really shady things." And my father from day one believed me, and but a lot of his friends, who I'm sure are going to see this, like they always argued with me, and they said he was misunderstood. But now a lot has come out, and I think it's clear that he was an Iranian asset from the beginning. And I think Soleimani was his handler. He traveled to Iran so many times and always tried to explain it away. Like, "Of course I have to deal with them too." Bullshit. So again, this is our own willful blindness. And there's been no accountability for that either. But so many people know about it. So many people are angry. We've been betrayed, and we're just sitting here with our anger. You know what I mean? And yet the region and Iraq is not our friend. Syria's doing Syria. I mean, it's still a cauldron. Although things have changed, but not because of us. Not really.
Do you think we should have been in Iraq to begin with?
No.
Why? What makes you say that? I agree with you. I'm just curious.
No. I think Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. And I was totally radicalized by 9/11. We lost Barbara. I was like, let's go. I recently actually went to the George W. Bush Museum at SMU in Dallas. I don't know if you've ever been. I actually, I don't know if I would recommend it to like GWAT veterans. It's strange. It made me really angry because there's a whole like GWAT exhibition there or whatever. And it has all the speeches that they gave like leading up to the invasion. And I got so angry. I'm like, I was mad at myself. I'm like, how did I ever believe this? How did I ever believe there was any connection between 9/11 and Iraq? There was none. What were we even doing?
KBR. Do you think that's what it was? Dick Cheney's?
I think it was bigger than that.
You think it was bigger than that? What do you think it was?
I think that might have been part of it, because the years of like waste, fraud, and abuse through KBR was just like so egregious, and no one really ever did anything about that. Maybe that was part of it. But, I also think like there was this, hanging, like George Bush Sr. didn't really finish the job in Iraq. Like, he got Iraq out of Kuwait. Iraq had invaded Kuwait. He launched the Gulf War to get Iraq out of Kuwait, which was successful. But a lot of people wanted him to go the step further and regime change Saddam Hussein, and he didn't. But a lot of people in the George W. Bush administration thought now's the opportunity where we can finish that, where we can right that wrong. I think that's very real. And so I think both of those reasons. But it's also important to say that there was a belief that Saddam was trying to was building
weapons of mass destruction.
Weapons of mass destruction. I think a lot of people did believe that. And like in retrospect, kind of good for him, because there had been this long, Iran-Iraq war. They were mortal enemies. And he wanted the Iranian regime to think that he was holding on to this like huge store of weapons of mass destruction. It got him in the end. But at least it was enough of a thread to pull that they built this whole narrative around it. And I know, of course, he didn't have weapons of mass destruction. He had a large amount of yellow cake uranium that they eventually put on a ship and sent to Canada. But that was not weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah. When you talk about some of the waste, fraud, and abuse of KBR, what are you talking about?
Oh, man. I saw this in a lot more detail in Afghanistan than I did in Iraq, but just like I remember just because I was in Iraq in the early days and all that stuff was just getting going, where, like I said, initially we were housed in the presidential palace, and then eventually they started, bringing in these trailers, and the first trailers didn't have bathrooms. So then those trailers were moved out and they got the new trailers that had bathrooms. And then I personally knew a couple of soldiers that somehow had gotten vehicles through KBR and were like sending them back to CONUS. Yeah, obviously breaking the law. Mm-hmm. I found out about it much later when I didn't even know where anybody was. But it was stuff like that. There was a lot of deal making, a lot of like people kind of, I don't even know. And then.
Can you talk about the connection between Dick Cheney and KBR?
Well, he was the CEO before he was vice president. He was the CEO of Halliburton, of which KBR was part of Halliburton, and then they spun it off because it looked really bad, didn't it?
Yeah, it looked bad.
Yeah.
It's so hard to paint a picture of how much money was wasted. When you're talking about the trailers, you're talking about basically a mobile home, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of mobile homes that were put out with no bathroom. And then all of a sudden they're replaced with ones that have a bathroom. The amount of money.
And that was just...
and it's the biggest, they ran, from what I know, all logistics in Iraq and in Afghanistan. And he was the fucking CEO of it, who's now the vice president, who obviously has major pull.
Correct. Yeah, correct. I remember at BIAP, Baghdad International Airport, we used to go there once a week on Fridays when we didn't work. And we used to, literally, insane to think about today, risk our lives to go there to get like Burger King so we wouldn't have to eat whatever, just to get out and try to feel like we were doing something normal. But yeah, there was a Burger King there. There was, they were building all kinds of stuff there. And there was still also the duty free. So we were not under General Order 1. We were civilians assigned to the CPA, which was like basically, it was a DOD entity, but anyway, whatever. people bought booze at the airport. But even just in the 8 months that I was there, I mean, there was such a huge change in terms of like building things out. And the only thing that I saw during that time that was completely egregious was the trailers. And of course, they weren't like, we started getting mortared and rocketed pretty quickly after I got there. And so there was no protection for that at all. Like over time, they started putting sandbags. So at least like if someone got hit, the shrapnel wouldn't hit someone else. But I mean, it was that's how it was in those early days. Pretty crazy to think about today.
Yeah.
And when I finally got home from that deployment, I didn't realize that I was a little rattled. But I remember I was at my parents' house for dinner one night, and there was like a window that was up, and it kind of fell down behind me, and I was like under the table, and I didn't even before everyone's like, "Where's Simone?" So it, going through all that, it wasn't like I was in combat or anything like that, but we got a lot of incoming over time. It just kept getting worse and worse. And a couple of my friends, we had a couple of terrible experiences. We worked very closely with awesome translators. We had these two girls who became good friends of ours. And I remember one day they were coming on base for work, and the security was so bad. Like no one really cared about the local nationals that were working with us. It was really sad. And there was a huge line of their cars waiting to get in through security into the green zone every morning. So one day, some terrorist, like, in an SV bid, just placed himself in the middle of that line of cars and detonated himself. And all the cars caught on fire and people were burned to death, including one of our interpreters. And her friend who was in the car with her, like, made it out. We tried to go to the hospital later to just, like, pay our respects and visit. And the families were like, get out of here. Like, we don't want to see you here. Get out of here. And that was like, that was a pretty low moment. We had, I know this is another kind of sad story, I guess. But when I was leaving, I'm not always a rules follower. And in order to leave Iraq as a CPA person, you're supposed to take the rotator out to Kuwait and then back home. But I knew this guy who, also an American, who was working on the kind of political side of CPA, and he had lived in the Kurdish region for a long time before the war and had friends up there and was leaving around the same time that I was. So he offered me to go with him. And basically his buddies were just going to come pick him up outside the green zone. And they were going to drive around, spend like a week in Iraqi Kurdistan and then like leave through Turkey, on the border, like just by foot. So I thought that sounded awesome. Idiot. And so I did that, and we got stopped.
Oh, shit.
First of all, I got in so much trouble for that because it was actually really sad. This woman, Fern Holland, who was doing, she was trying to help Iraqi women who were victims of domestic violence. That's a lot to unpack there, okay? But she was there doing that, and God bless her, she was killed. And she was killed right when I kind of like when I had left. And so for a while, there was this Marine colonel who was kind of in charge of me. He didn't know, he thought that might have been me, basically. I didn't give him a lot of information. I think I just left. I'm very sorry about that. But yeah, we drove. So we get to Bakuba, and we got pulled over by police, maybe, or just random criminals wearing Iraqi police uniforms. And they asked us for our IDs. And my friend just gave them his like library card from the school that he had gone to because we were not going to show them our CPA or any US stuff. And they got really mad. Anyway, long story short, I think the Kurds who are kind of driver shooters kind of passed them some money, and we went on our way. But it was we went all over Erbil, Dahuk. We went to Sulaymaniyah, and just had an amazing, did picnics with some of his Kurdish friends, and met a lot of people. I actually learned a lot on that trip. And then as we were exiting, we were going into Turkey. I forgot that I had one spent round in my bag. It was a shell casing that fell into my trailer the night that everyone was celebrating in Baghdad when we caught Saddam. And what goes out must come down. Some of it came down into our housing, and when I was sleeping in the palace that night, when I came back, there was this like one spent round, and so I thought it was cool. I'll keep it. And the Turks at the border crossing were like not stoked about that, and I had a little bit of a problem getting in. But anyway, that was my Iraq experience, and I will say I did not. It's taken me years to I think properly understand my role, but also what I witnessed. There were some really also just sad things that happened there. Like in addition to what I said, there was a colonel that I had worked with a lot. He was getting ready to rip out, and his last day, he brought this woman, this Iraqi woman, beautiful, beautiful young woman. And I understood pretty quickly that they had something going on. And he was trying to find a job for her because he was leaving. He was abandoning her. And, it was a terrible, he's like, well, maybe, you guys have space for an interpreter or something. And I'm like, no, we don't, piece of shit. And this woman, probably her whole family knows what you've been up to. And now what's her life going to be, stuff like that just made me really angry because I'm like, we're leaving, we're not going to stay here. And anyway, yeah.
What are some lessons that you think, what are some lessons you learned from that war?
I think I'm still learning lessons from that war. But the most important one for me was how easily, like how you can get your blood heated, how I can, and how easily, in a way, I believed something so strongly that was wrong. And that is something that I hope like has guided me in the rest of my life, because I so believe that was the right thing, and it's so clear now that it wasn't. I also want to help to teach people about that, because it's not just we have so many bad feelings about the specifics of what happened and how it happened, but in the broader strategic context, what a huge mistake it was for us. And we're living with the consequences today. We're suffering from what that did to us as a country today. Would we be where we are with China if we knew what the threat from China was going to be back then, even.
We did.
But maybe not to this extent, but there were smart people who understood where China was headed. Maybe it wasn't clear that they would achieve their goals, but it was clear where they wanted to go. But yeah, that was the most important lesson of all of that. But there are many like micro lessons too.
Do you think that war was all for nothing?
I mean, I want to say no.
I'm with you.
And I'm sure maybe if we sit here long enough, we can come up with reasons why it might not have been.
Can you think of any positives?
Well, I think it's always, I don't like being totally negative about anything. I think there's always good in everything. You can always find it if you look hard enough. But this was so bad. It was so bad. And I'm thinking in particular of a friend of mine who died by suicide last year, who is a 2-time Iraq veteran. And I was in his wedding, and he was a mentor to my brothers. Both of my brothers served in the Marine Corps, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. And, that I know that he was very angry about everything and about the war. And I think in his later years, he was a Naval Academy graduate. I think he regretted joining the Naval Academy, regretted his entire military career. That was really tough. He was struggling for a long time. And I know there are a lot of other people who are going through that too. Unfortunately, he was also an addict. And I think the addiction really got a hold of him. And he wasn't someone who really sought help easily. So, but yeah, I mean, it's, we have a lot of, my brother who served in Iraq, he went through a lot too. And thank God he got help. He's doing amazing now. But he lost Marines. And I have a lot of like compassion and love for veterans. And I kind of feel like all of you are my brothers. And, that's why I love, kind of staying in the mix, and why, when I had the opportunity to go back into government in a role where I could potentially take these lessons that I've learned and like maybe try to turn it into something good, that was what I wanted to do. I don't know if I managed to, but that was kind of my thought process. And that's it kind of guides me today. So I don't know. I mean, everything bad we go through, we're supposed to learn from it, right? If it doesn't kill you. So hopefully it's made us wiser as a nation. I love to see all these people commenting now about like, no war, no. And I agree, but I also think not every military action is a full-blown war.
Yeah.
I think it's important to make that I think that difference is important. And I also think we live, like, the United States is in the world. We can't just totally bury our heads in the sand. And when we do, things get worse. And then in the end, we end up having to do something. Like I was telling you with the Iran stuff, then we end up being trapped into actually having to take some action if we're not kind of like managing things early on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, Simone, let's take a quick break.
Great.
When we come back, we'll get into Afghanistan. The news just doesn't stop. Between the national debt and the economic uncertainty, it's hard to know what to do. But if you look above the noise, you'll see many high net worth individuals and central banks are stockpiling gold. In fact, gold has broken another record, climbing past $3,500 an ounce. I still remember when it was under $2,000 an ounce just a while ago. It's clear, too, that now is the time to learn more about how gold and silver can help you. So reach out to my partners over at Goldco. They're a great, award-winning company I trust, and they've got over 7,000 five-star reviews, so you know you're working with the best in the industry. Visit SeanLikesGold.com to get a free 2025 gold and silver kit, and you'll also learn about their unlimited bonus silver offer if you qualify. It's a great way to get started. Go to SeanLikesGold.com. That's SeanLikesGold.com. Performance may vary. You should always consult with your financial and tax professional. What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those two payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible if you call American Financing today. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you are not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today to get ahead of the curve. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 a year raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call now at 866-781-8900. That's 866-781-8900, or you can go to americanfinancing.net/SRS. All right, Simone, we're back from the break. We're getting ready to get into some Afghanistan stuff. So you get home from Iraq, and then you roll back to Afghanistan.
Yeah, a little bit of a funny story. So when I was in Iraq, I met the Assistant Secretary for Defense for Special Operations, ASD Solik, who was Tom O'Connell at the time, and he was like just a legendary guy in all respects, and became a mentor of mine. But anyway, he asked me what I was doing after Iraq, and I had no idea. And so he offered me a job at the Pentagon. And so that's what I did when I came back. But funny story, it takes a long time to get a security clearance if you've never had one before. And I'd spent some time in Europe and whatever. So I was not able to do any work in that office until I got like a high TS clearance, and I only had a secret clearance. So they put me in another office, which was the Office of Iraq Reconstruction or something like that. And I ended up getting stuck. I mean, that job was so bad. I ended up getting stuck responding to congressional inquiries about just hostile congressional inquiries that was like, you lost $8 billion of Iraqi money. Where did it go? And so I just spent my entire day, every day, responding to really aggressive congressional inquiries. So I volunteered to go to Afghanistan. I was like, that's got to be better than this.
Wow. I've never heard that comparison. Afghanistan's got to be better than this. Interesting state. Was it?
Yes.
Good.
It was.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. So I went in 2004 to Afghanistan. I was there almost the entire year, working with, at the time, the U.S. command was CFC Alpha, Combined Forces Command Afghanistan, and the commander was Carl Eikenberry, who later became our ambassador to Afghanistan. He was a 3-star at the time. And so I went there. I was embedded in the plans shop. And the reason I was there was because there was someone, it might have been Doug Feith, I don't know who, someone in the Pentagon who was important, had this idea about, so they were at the time trying to solve this problem, which never got solved. How do we leave Afghanistan with some money? Like, what's their revenue going to be? Because with Iraq, that wasn't going to be a problem. Their revenue was oil. But what does Afghanistan have? They have opium. Heroin. Yeah, they have opium. So what are the alternatives? And
lithium.
Well, at the time, that's right. But at the time, the thought was customs revenue. Afghanistan is kind of the waypoint between East and West historically, like the old Silk Route. And what if we could actually, so there was no real customs revenue being collected at the border for the country. It was just like all the Afghan border police, taking bribes and bakshish and like putting it in their own pockets. But what if we were able to change that up and actually collect revenue for the country? Could that work? Could that cover the budget of the country? So the plan shop built this pilot project, and I got embedded into that to basically do the numbers and kind of see like what were we collecting before, were they collecting before, what are they collecting now? And I was working with some military guys from the plan shop, Marines and a Ranger, who they did a whole thing. I mean, they picked a border crossing point, which was Islam Kala, which is at the border in the west with Iran, near Herat. And they replaced the border police commander with a border police commander from the east. So he wasn't part of the Western tribal network. So it was harder for him to be corrupt, was the whole idea behind it. And then, he brought a new force with him that was also from the east. They were better trained, they were better equipped, they had more fuel, they had, more money for food and stuff. And so the idea was like, let's see if we do all this, will they bring back customs revenue and in a meaningful way. And so I was the one who kind of like documented it and did all the numbers and the budgets and everything. And the answer after 3 months was yes. And then General Eikenberry, and by the way, like it took a long time to get this up and running, but we did get it up and running 3 months later. And there's a lot of stories to tell in between, like the trip that the guys took. I didn't go on that trip for obvious reasons, but they drove from Kabul to Herat on the ring road with these Afghans, the Afghan border police. And it was kind of, they like to talk about, well, there were a lot of stories from that, but they were really part of, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Anyway, the bottom line is it worked. And
So you basically what you were doing is you were replacing Afghanistan's income with borders with customs issues. You're replacing the opium trade with customs.
The opium trade, the revenue from the opium trade went to like the drug traffickers. Mm-hmm. And the problem that we were trying to solve was like, how is the government of Afghanistan going to make money that's not ours? That's not like the U.S. taxpayer money. Mm-hmm. Like they need to be self-sufficient, like fast. So how are we going to, somehow that became our problem. That's a different conversation. I just got there when someone was trying to figure out the answer to that question. So, again, I was like, GS, whatever, but that was the job. So trying to document how much money did the government collect at the border crossing points when they were, when we were really focused on them and we trained them and all this stuff. And so within a 3-month period, which was the period of the pilot project, it seemed like at least, the initial numbers were pretty good. And the old guys had been moved away. They'd been fired and kind of moved off the border because they weren't effective. They were just corrupt, like everybody else.
And that worked?
It did.
How many people are coming in and out of there?
I mean, so many. It was unbelievable. So many. Day and night, mostly day. But I mean, we also would have people come up to us because the Marines that I was with, obviously they took off their jackets that had their name tape on it and stuff. And these people would come up to us and be like, are you guys going to invade Iran? And probably Iranian collectors for all I know. And they're like, yeah, tomorrow, get ready. Marines. But yeah, I mean, it was, there was a lot of money and it was for that period of time, we made an effort to actually capture the amounts and look over their shoulders a bit. And I think at least the concept was proven. But one of many kind of tragic things that happened was that the commander, we briefed him on the program and how it was successful. And he was like, is this Doug Feith? Is this Doug Feith's idea? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who, we didn't know whose idea it was. It was like, we were told to do this, so we're doing it. But he immediately got political, which was to me kind of like a red flag. I'm like, so what? It works. And then he decided that this wasn't a security mission, that it was customs, and therefore we needed to transition it over to the embassy. This was not appropriate for the military command to be doing, even though border security, I don't know, classic security. I mean, security is literally in the name, but okay. So we had to transition it to the embassy, which meant that the guy that was assigned to it, nice guy, I guess, like older gentleman, not part of having trained this guy, the commander, whose name was General Ayub, wasn't part of that. They pulled all of our military assets that we kind of had just as a show of force, kind of around the border police facility. All of that was gone. His partner, this guy Tony, who was his kind of trainer and partner, also pulled back. So predictably, within a pretty short period of time, he was killed. The commander was killed. And, there was reporting that he was, he'd started to take a little on the side and do all that. But it's like, man, we abandoned him. We totally abandoned him. And all of the people that from that region and the drug traffickers that he was going after, they did some really significant drug busts during that time. Everyone knew what was going on. They all knew, and that was the end for him. And really, I went back to, so I came home in November of 2004, and I went back to Herat in 2009. My next deployment, I just went out there. I was based in Kabul. I was at ISAF headquarters that time. You couldn't travel outside the base without an MRAP. You had to be in an MRAP then, because the security situation had changed so much. But in 2004, we had our Hiluxes. We just drive into Herat. We did tourism one day. We saw Alexander the Great there were still remnants
the wall.
of, yeah. And we went and visited that. We did some carpet shopping, had some tea, and it was just a totally different experience. And I do think the two are related. I don't think, of course, when I got back there, the Iranians had built all this. They built electricity. They built a lot of new Shia mosques
in Herat.
Herat was beautiful, by far the most, outside of Kabul, and it might have been even more beautiful than Kabul.
You think Kabul was beautiful
compared to the rest of the country? Was built up. Let me put it that way. It was built, but parts of Kabul were beautiful. Yes.
I didn't see those parts. I spent a lot of time in Kabul.
I mean, I guess it is what you make it in a way, but the things that I thought were beautiful there were, I liked, they have all these fruit trees, and, there was a lot of flowering things there that I thought made it nice. But obviously, I'm sure you did too. We were testing the air quality when we were living there, and it was 30% fecal matter or something, wasn't it?
I remember the air, especially in the wintertime, whenever it was burning tires and shit to
literal
stay
shit.
warm.
They're burning shit.
Yeah, I remember spitting in the sink and my spit was gray, and I could barely open my eyes if I went out, especially at night in the winter, because that's,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm probably romanticizing it a little bit.
maybe just a tad.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But so what were you doing? How does this fit in with special ops? What you were doing?
Well, that was here's how it fits in with special ops. Great question. So I traveled around the country to as many border crossing points as I could, doing my assessment. And I went with teammates when they could go, but a lot of times it was just me. And so a lot of the border crossings around the country at the time were like I had to go meet up with like ODA, ODB, whatever. They were the ones that were controlling that territory. So I was not allowed to go south. They would not. They said it was too dangerous, and I never got to see the border crossing points in the south. But yeah, I went out east in particular. I spent some time with our special forces out there, Green Berets, and there's one instance I remember. I think it was Asadabad, not Abbottabad, which was Pakistan, but Asadabad. I went out there and had the opportunity to meet up with this ODA and the ODB commander as well, the major. And they took me we went to the AFPAC border, just pretty barren, pretty crazy. I don't really know why probably shouldn't have been out there in retrospect.
I was going to say, that's a pretty dangerous area.
It was. And we drove across this road that was, it was not paved. It was like pebbles. And they were telling me the story about how they lost their buddy, First Sergeant Jeremy Wright. He had been blown up by an IED there, and that like there's no way, just because of the way the road was, there was really no way to tell if there was like you couldn't tell if it had been disturbed or not. And I could see they were still in mourning, and that he had been like a great dude, and it was awful. And the thing that was really bothering them, aside from just losing their friend, was that road was a USAID project. Paving that road was a project that had already been like approved and paid for by USAID, but the contractor was a Turkish company, and they hadn't shown up yet to do the work. And so these guys, like every time they wanted to go to the border, which they had to go there a lot, had to drive over this same like patch of earth. So I feel like this might have been the only actual good thing that I did my entire deployment. But when I got back to Kabul, one of my friends there, she was a USAID rep or whatever, and I told her about it. And I actually truly don't know if there was a connection, but I heard from them like pretty soon after that the construction company came and paved the road. But I was like, why aren't they here? Like, why haven't they done this? Someone got killed here already. Like, wasn't this moved up in the priority? And they're like, oh, everyone's late on everything. It's all late. Everything's late. And then I came to find out one of my trips to Herat, the USAID guy, he was the USAID rep in Herat. Someone showed me some reporting that he had accepted like gifts of 40 carpets from these fuel, where they like oil and gas traffickers. Basically, they'd built like a underground pipeline, which was not legal and not approved, so they could move fuel from Iran into Afghanistan. And this guy just let it happen.
No kid, I had no idea that was going on.
Yeah. And So that, I mean, it was small. It wasn't like a huge operation, but it was still enough. Anyway, all that, I mean, I saw that, but that was the work that I did with special operations. Was they supported me when I was, when I was going to do my assessments and collection for this border crossing project, and trying to understand, like, so if someone comes across, like, how do you assess a customs duty? Like, who is the one who assesses that? No one who's literate, like no one who's, I mean, obviously, you know, the kind of people they had manning those border crossing points was like anyone who would agree to put on a uniform, and his tri boy. So like, yeah, I mean, that was my experience. But, you know, I had met some of their colleagues in Iraq, because in Iraq we started getting calls from military units that, the money movement, like we were moving in US dollars as well as these new dinars, and they were finding pallets of US dollars that were still shrink wrapped from the Fed in insurgent raids. And the different military units would call us at the CPA and be like, what do we do with this? We found this, says it's like $500,000 USD. Like, what should we do with it? And yeah, it's like, we have no idea what we're doing. We have no idea.
Wow.
Where was this money supposed to go? It had a barcode on it too. They all of those things that came from the Fed, those pallets of cash, they all had barcodes on them. But anyway, yeah, so I ran into some of the people that I knew from those days. I ran into some of them in Afghanistan, and then just kind of kicking around. Like, there's not a lot of me's out in places like that. And, Firebase Torcom, I remember that place. That was on the old Silk Route, actually kind of a cool place, because like off in the distance, you could see an old English outpost. And again, I'm like, here we are again, we hope it's going to go better this time, I guess. But there was so much traffic coming. I mean, so much traffic, and learning about, we basically had no idea who was coming. There could have been like WMD for all we knew being trucked in. And the roads were completely packed all the time. So, but my focus at the time again was like, how can a tax be collected against this? It's absurd to think about today that we were actually trying to do that. Absolutely absurd. But that was the mission.
Interesting. So you left Afghanistan, was this 2004? Mm-hmm. And then went back again in 2009.
Yeah.
What did you do in between there?
So my clearance did finally come through. So then I did go to Solic, ASD Solic. And that was when I started working on counter-threat finance. So the Tom O'Connell, he was ASD Solic at the time, former Green Beret Vietnam veteran, served in CIA as well, just a legend. And he believed strongly that, Clausewitz and his centers of gravity, his enemy centers of gravity, he felt strongly that money was an enemy center of gravity, and we should be focusing on disrupting their financial flows. And that was like, I'd always wanted to do that, right? That was my original, this is what I'm going to figure out how to do. So very cool opportunity. And when I finally got cleared to know everything, I learned that it was a big interagency effort that had already gotten started. And there was an Iraq threat finance cell that was underway. That was like a Treasury Department thing. But there were a lot of Rice Bowl issues because the commander on the ground was like, no, I'm not going to have the Treasury Department leading an effort in my battlefield. Like, I'm in charge. It's like, cool, you don't actually know anything about how to do this, but like, awesome. Good job. So there was just a lot of drama over those kind of things, but it was really amazing effort. Both you had not just like Treasury and DoD, but you had like intel people, you had law enforcement people. There was, when things really got going, they had like FBI and IRS criminal investigators like going inside the booth, like interrogation booth, when military units would roll up, like financial people. They would help with interrogation, and really get amazing information. Turned out that the money guys didn't get the same kind of training to withstand interrogation that the operational guys did.
No kidding.
And so they talked. And it turned out a lot of them kept 2 sets of books too, because they were also skimming. And so then we had leverage. And so it was a really cool and very successful effort. I would say the kind of pinnacle of that in Iraq was this operation. It led to this big operation at the Beiji oil refinery, where months of work determined that AQI was making a ton of money off of fuel smuggling from the Beiji oil refinery, which is like the big oil refinery in Iraq. And they were like, the trucking company was AQI, and like this dude and that dude were being paid off by AQI. And anyway, the team did a phenomenal job of doing a whole network analysis and being like, here are the key nodes. And the military came and rolled them up and stopped it. It was amazing.
Wow.
Of course, AQI, being AQI, they found new and exciting ways to get money. But that was...
What were some of those ways?
Kidnapping for ransom, drug smuggling. That's just a few. Anything you can think of, anything and everything. But fuel smuggling was by far, for them, like that was the real winner. That was when they were making big money. But they still they would tap into the pipeline, break open the pipeline and just siphon off some gas and sell that. So yeah, they're incredibly, incredibly creative. Basically all kinds of criminal activities that you could imagine. That's what they did. And that's what most of these terrorist groups do. They're criminals, but they have this ideological component. They're engaging in criminal activity, for some of them for ideological purposes, although a lot of them are just straight up criminals and they're just like acting as if they're some kind of religious, some type of like highly moral religious figure. But so I started working on that, and that was amazing. I was doing that out of the Pentagon, but I got to go back to Iraq and kind of see what everyone was doing and just advocate for it. And at the time, there was the ASD wanted to kind of codify it because it seemed like such an important part of the effort, and everyone was so complimentary, and the commanders were really happy about what we were turning out. So, I got tasked with this is going to be boring for a lot of people, but writing the counter-threat finance policy for the DoD. So that took forever because the DoD is such a huge bureaucratic monster. And when you're writing a new policy, you have to get everything coordinated with everyone who changes every word, and everyone gets in fights. And it was a huge thing, and it took a couple years. But there were so many successes behind it. It was undeniable. So in the end, I think today it's been through a lot of revisions since my time, but I think there still is a counter-threat finance policy. And we called it that because originally it was going to be counterterrorism finance, but the terrorism, like the legal definition, basically requires, like, you're talking about designated terrorist groups. And in Iraq, there were all kinds of different terrorist groups, but also insurgent groups that hadn't necessarily been named and designated in that way. But they were also included. And because they were still killing people and killing Americans in some cases, and definitely the enemy. So counter threat finance was the term that we ended up with.
Did you work directly with General McChrystal and General Flynn?
I did.
How was that experience?
I worked for them in Afghanistan, 2009, 2010. That was spicy.
Why do you say that?
Well, I loved working for General McChrystal, and I learned a lot working for General Flynn. I learned a lot from him as well. But I'll tell you, it was there was a lot of drama always with Flynn. I mean, he was a great boss to me. He understood what I was doing. He supported me. And, I'm not like just understanding what we were trying to do, myself and like our whole team of kind of counter threat finance people. He was very much on board with that. And so was McChrystal. But, there were things that like either you're comfortable with or you're not. So these are guys that, from JSOC, like they operated in a certain way, and you either had to be comfortable with that or not. Personally, I was. The thing that I remember Flynn always saying was like, this is war. Like, we're in a war. So we have to do everything that we can to win the war. Mm-hmm. And that included sometimes sharing information, sharing intelligence that was like a very small group, or sometimes not even REL, sharing that with a foreign partner on the battlefield. And by the way, that's legally, that's a decision that they're entitled to make. Like, they're legally allowed to do that. Mm-hmm. But there were some people on the J2 staff who were uncomfortable with that. And I remember one of them actually going home. And
who were you guys sharing intelligence with?
Other like countries that were fighting with us.
Why would they be opposed to that?
Because it was like, it's not REL their country, so we shouldn't be sharing it with them. Like, well, they're going downrange with us tomorrow, so they should probably know that this thing is happening.
Yeah. Was it major pushback about? I mean, I guess so. They sent somebody home.
No, someone like voluntarily asked to leave. He asked to leave. But so it was kind of like, this is how we're prosecuting this war. Either you're on board or you're not. It was very clear from the beginning that like this was what I believed. And again, I was wrong because we were still there 10 years later. But I felt at the time like this is either going to change the tide and work, or like we're done here. And I felt that was kind of the sense that I got from the command, was like, we got to turn the ship around right away. But then things started happening, like that email, and I regret I don't remember his name now, but there was an email like halfway through that year from a soldier to General McChrystal. So McChrystal and Flynn and the J3, the CJ3, they would do like battlefield circulation all the time. So they would travel to different parts of the country to kind of talk to people and see what was going on. And this was after the whole counterinsurgency strategy was implemented, which meant a change to the ROE, excuse me. And that change to the ROE was like, meant that our people were taking more risk and in some cases getting killed because they couldn't respond to something unless, all of these conditions were met. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people were I had nothing to do with that. A lot of people were very concerned about that, very angry, and felt it was the wrong thing to do. I don't know enough about combat to be, I wouldn't presume to have an opinion, but I'm sympathetic to that point of view just because of what I saw. So I remember there was an email that came through to like everyone in the McChrystal's team who saw his email saw this note, and it made its way around. I think it got leaked in the media somewhere, where there was a soldier who was like, you know, your ROE is a piece of shit, basically, and like here's like the 50 reasons why. Like, this is terrible. You know, we can't win like this.
Do you remember what the ROE was? I think I was in country when this came out, but
I would have to look at it specifically, but
I mean, I remember this is, if I remember correctly, this is when there was going to be a major push in Marja. Am I correct? Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Lashkar Gah
Yes.
Helmand province was really hot at the time. And I remember, and it was right after the coast bombing at the CIA base.
Yeah.
And the ROE suddenly changed to basically you can kill an enemy combatant, to if you're shot at and the enemy drops his weapon, then you're not allowed to fire. And that came out right before the Marines were going to do that big offensive push
Yeah.
into Marja. I believe it was Marja.
Yeah.
And and they said that that would be the second biggest offensive that the military had done since Fallujah.
It's huge.
I mean, detrimental. And not only that, I mean, demoralizing your troops.
Was demoralizing.
Demoralizing them. Like, we don't have your back. We don't care what happens. If they drop that weapon, you can't shoot. So to have that going on, playing in your head,
Yeah.
you know, if I take this shot, am I going to prison for the rest of my life? On top of all the other decisions that you have to make in combat, I mean, it was,
And
I
that
was so pissed off about that. And I wasn't even in the military anymore. I was contracting for CIA, so it didn't really affect me. But man, I fell for those guys when that shit came out.
I mean, I didn't truly understand until I read that email what it meant. And I also felt for them, and I didn't understand why that feedback was received loud and clear. It was discussed, and it didn't change anything. Didn't change anything. They were going to proceed. But when
That didn't come from McChrystal and Flynn, correct? That ROE?
I think it came from McChrystal.
I thought that came straight down from Obama.
It might have come from Obama. He absolutely micromanaged every aspect of that war.
He did.
He absolutely did. Yes. Through the NSC, which grew to like an astronomical size because they were micromanaging everything. I mean, I was working in counterterrorism in the Pentagon before I went back to Afghanistan, and so I started to understand, because I was like, part of my job was just like briefing all of my seniors every week about new things, and this was like at the height of, we were designating terrorists and we were targeting terrorists based on financial intelligence, and so there was, these weekly briefings to the Joint Staff and our political bosses. I was in the room for all those things, and I heard, and so I learned a lot about how the chain of command is supposed to work. And when Obama came in, they just added so many layers, and it was like commanders couldn't make decisions anymore. They had to ask permission from the White House. And it screwed up a lot of things. It made a lot of operations impossible, just ended them before they started, and just made them so much more dangerous as well, because, I mean, like, sometimes you're dealing with a fleeting target. You got to take the opportunity when you have it. And there was just no appreciation for that. But I will say something that happened that might be interesting. So while I was there during that tour, General McChrystal was at a certain point very interested. There'd been a lot of rumors about someone named Ahmed Wali Karzai, who was the brother of President Karzai. And there was a lot of rumors pretty factually based that he was a narcotics trafficker, and was involved in a lot of really bad things, and also tied to the Taliban. And so McChrystal set us on a deep dive, like the entire, like all of his kind of intel team. You guys go out into the wild and see who has what on AWK, and, come back. I forget how much time we were given, like a month or something. And like, let's everyone get together and let's figure out, like, is this guy, is he really bad? What are we going to do about it? Let's do this deep dive. So there was nothing, like no smoking gun tying AWK to anything. But also, I will say there was so much circumstantial evidence that it was obvious that he was all of those things. But because the ceiling, like, you had to meet an impossible level of certainty that we weren't able to meet. We weren't able, like, no, he never got up on a call and said, I'm going to traffic some drugs today. Hello, my Taliban friends. Like that. Yeah. I mean, that never happened. And he did, I mean, all of his activities were through lieutenants and sub-commanders and stuff. So I remember a huge effort to get everything together. And then it just like, and he was assassinated shortly after that. So the problem went away anyway. But that was, at the time, really disappointing, because I'm like, it's obvious this is a super bad dude and it's a problem for the United States. And he might have also been working with us in some way. I don't know. But the other...
Who assassinated him?
One of his rivals, I guess.
Do you think it was us?
I have no information that it was us. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But I think that, well, yeah, I have no information on that one way or the other, but I know it solved a problem. With respect to, you mentioned Marja. So one of the other things that I remember from that deployment was another kind of directive that came down from McChrystal, where he wanted a deep dive on Taliban finance. And he said, look, there are all these rumors that people have been saying for years, Gulf, like they're getting all their money from the Gulf. And there's a whole, a whole rabbit hole that we can dive down in that, but it's interesting to like 10 people. But like, he wanted a deep dive on Taliban finance. He's like, is their money still really coming from the Gulf, or are there other sources of funding?
How would it be coming? How's it coming from the Gulf?
Well, they would go to the Gulf. The Taliban and Al Qaeda would go, and other terrorist organizations as well, would go to the Gulf. Different Gulf countries and individuals who supported what they were doing. And they would go specifically during Ramadan, was like a big fundraising period, where Muslims are, encouraged to give to charity. And so they would raise a lot of money as a charity towards these, like, towards their terrorist causes. And, they frame it as, they're advancing, radical Islam, and they're fighting, the great Satan or whatever. And so, yeah, they raised a lot of money that way. They also, I mean, there were, in the early days, these were groups that were later designated by the Treasury Department, the State Department, but they were like humanitarian. They were masquerading as humanitarian, like Islamic Relief or stuff like that. But they were terrorist fronts, and they were raising money through those avenues, and they raised a lot of money. And it also became a political hot potato because, the U.S. government's designating Islamic Relief, like, oh, are you Islamophobic? like, no, I'm terroristophobic. But there was not a lot, there was enough political will for a period of time to do that, and then it went away. But fast forward, so, as JSOC commander, obviously McChrystal was focused elsewhere, but I'm sure like he had enough information to know that when he was JSOC commander, a lot of these funds were coming in that way. So he wanted to know, like, here I am, commander at ISAF, how is the Taliban today making its money? And so we got, and there were some colleagues of mine from the Treasury Department, and by that point there was an Afghanistan threat finance cell. And so there were all these interagency folks that were there doing amazing things and put together a really compelling assessment that the Taliban is actually getting its money from us. They're making its money. They are making their money from us. If you consider our logistics supply chain into Afghanistan, they were extorting money on every single link in that supply chain. So we were paying the Taliban.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Can you be a little more descriptive how that was happening?
So you have supply trucks coming in for Supreme, for the our food, our fuel, our sustainment, anything for sustainment. It all went through Pakistan because it couldn't go. I mean, if you look at a map, there are only a few ways that stuff can enter into Afghanistan. So it all came in through Pakistan. And the Taliban are in Pakistan. And they were not just there, but also in Afghanistan. They had locked down these trucking companies, and also in not just the trucking companies, but also the individual drivers. And sometimes the subcontractors to big American primes that were not necessarily American, they were also being extorted.
Wow.
All this came to light in 2010.
And you uncovered that?
I not me personally, I was part of a team. But yes, we did uncover that. Yes.
What happened after that?
Well, not relatedly, McChrystal got fired. So he did. Oh, his other question, by the way, that I failed to mention was, is the Taliban making its money off of the narcotics trade? Is that a key part of their finance? And we did find that it was a lot less than everyone thought. That this extortion racket was really. That was the key method of how the Taliban was raising its money. And but it did give him this whole analysis and link chart that the team did really gave him a lot of insight into where the key narcotics trafficking nodes were. And so those were included in this Marja operation. It was part of it. So to disrupt Taliban financing, that was part of the end goal of that operation.
How did they act when you got the information to them?
I mean, I was in the room when he was briefed on it, and he was shocked.
Did they take action?
Yeah. He, so in addition to this, kinetic targeting, there was also, he put his logistics chief, the CJ4, he put him in charge of doing this whole, deep dive into the subcontractors and how do we do a better job of vetting and all that. And I'm sure I helped him with it for a bit, but then McChrystal got fired and I went home. And I know when Petraeus came on board, he brought General McMaster, who stood up a very public anti-corruption task force. That was because of what we had found. But I will say that when, and I'm grateful to him, when McChrystal got fired, General Flynn kind of took me aside and he was like, you should go home now. And he was like, nothing good's going to happen now. You should just get out of here. Just go home. And I heard later that, it wasn't pleasant for all the McChrystal, those who remained I think Petraeus had a not good view of that team, and made sure everyone knew it. So
Man.
I was kind of grateful that I got rescued from that. But I was so like, I just felt when McChrystal got fired, I was like, well, it's over. It's over. I mean, I knew Petraeus from Iraq days, and I was like, what are we going to do in this country anymore? Like, it's to me, the only hope was McChrystal, because he also was dealing with Pakistan, and there was no hope in really changing anything in Afghanistan without addressing the real problem, which it seemed to me was Pakistan. So, and the ISI specifically. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I never at that time would have imagined that we would have been there another 10 years after that. And we never really addressed any of those problems. And we kept paying, like, in a way, secondarily, the Taliban, who kept killing us 10 years after that. And we knew. This is the thing that it astounds me. And I'm like, we still have no accountability. Like, all these people knew and did nothing.
Oh, man. Every time I dive into this, I just start getting more and more angry. So, I mean, especially, we were just talking offline about the $40 to $87 million in cash that we would send Taliban every single week. Thank God Tim Burchett got it passed through the House.
Thank God.
And Senator Sheehy's supposed to be introducing it to the Senate. Hopefully that happens soon. But, oh, man, I don't even know what to think anymore.
It's hard to know what to think, because at a certain point, you have to ask, like, this is all like too many coincidences of us helping our sworn enemy. Like, are we trying to do that?
Do you think it was? That's actually what I was just going to ask.
Not then.
Were we trying to prolong the war? I mean, what was that?
I wonder too. I wish I had answers. I don't. But you have to ask yourself, when you see what I saw, and everything just kept going. Like, it was like nothing. What else do you need to know?
I mean, I just putting things together, because this is all in the 2009 time frame,
Yeah.
Slash the ROEs, cut our troops' legs out from under them, continue to finance them. I mean, it's just, then everything that happens later. I mean, it's
and this was Obama years. And so Obama, was very publicly like, should we surge, or should we just, leave? And this was very public, and obviously wanted the public to know that he decided that he was going to surge. And the whole catastrophic withdrawal under Biden was Biden being like, finally getting he always wanted us to pull out. This was, again, the narrative. He had always wanted us to pull out, and now that he was president, it was going to happen. And regardless of, we had all the things that happened that could have been prevented, didn't matter. Mm-hmm. We're out, and that's a victory, because that's what he had always wanted. But yeah, that's been the whole narrative that's been provided to us. I don't have any more insight than that. I have the same questions that you do.
Let's move into the SWIFT program. What was the SWIFT program?
Well, SWIFT is a it's a way to move money, to move funds, and banks use it today all the time. You're basically making electronically transferring funds from one bank to another, and it's it's an international system that's used by many countries. This was a very highly classified program for many years. That was part of the Patriot Act, but part of the classified part of the Patriot Act. And it got blown in the New York Times years ago. It was very successful because you could track, if you knew who had which bank account number in which bank, you could see who was doing who was sending what they were sending, where they were sending it. But it was specifically only for counterterrorism, could not be used for anything else. And once the program got blown, a lot of our international partners, especially in Europe, were, they have very different privacy laws in Europe than we do in the United States. And they were very upset. And, but, over the years, it's been a very successful program. Like when I was at Treasury managing this program, we were able to, I don't know if you remember this horrible child killer in Norway, this guy, Anders Breivik, who just just psycho, went to an island of like a kid's summer camp.
Oh, I do remember.
Just like murdered all these kids.
I do remember that.
And there was a big question about like, is this a lone wolf guy? Like, what's his motivation? And we were able to look at his bank accounts and tell the Norwegians for sure, this man was saved money for 10 years to be able to fund this operation. Wow. There was no one else involved. It was just him. But so that program is like, again, purely for counterterrorism purposes, very misunderstood. But
how is it misunderstood?
Well, a lot of because it was secret and then it got blown, and like it's not like our government is going to come out and explain everything that it was doing. I think people assign kind of their own they make up stories, and obviously a lot of people are like to think of the United States as kind of this big bad entity, and sometimes I feel the same, but no.
Sometimes I feel the same.
Sometimes I wonder. No, but the reality is, in Europe in particular, if you're European and you've never been here, you don't really understand America, you just read the news, you could think that like someone accused us, for example, from a European government of like trying to track who is gay in Europe. And I'm like, I can promise you, first of all, when you fill out your form to open a bank account, that's not part of it. So that information doesn't exist, number one, tied to a bank account. And two, like this is for counterterrorism purposes only. And the company, the company, has very strict controls over that. And they actually oversee a lot of that as well to make sure that every request meets a threshold.
How does it work?
I don't know how much I'm allowed to go into that anymore, but I think that it's very safe to say there's a very formal coordination process where there are multiple layers of approval and oversight. And again, you can't introduce other targets that don't have a direct connection to counterterrorism. But when you see new entities designated as terrorists, for example, the cartels, mm-hmm. That's one of the authorities that is now available.
Interesting. So basically, you use the SWIFT code, correct? Mm-hmm. And you can breach into any bank account, see where money's coming, where it's going to. Is that it? Am I on here?
It's way more specific than that. Like you basically, if you have a target, you need to figure out what bank account they're attached to. Mm-hmm. And then you request any SWIFT transactions from that bank account. And then you see what comes up.
Okay.
So you can't just say like, I want to look at all transactions from Iraq to Iran or vice versa. No, you have to, and you have to write a whole, and again, my information is very, very old now. This is many, many years ago that I was doing this, but you have to write a whole justification for like why. And you had to include, reporting as part of your justification. This is who this person is. This is what their bank account is. Here's why I know this. This is why they're a terrorist. Here's the justification for that. I'm trying to find out this. This is why I'm trying to find this out. Do you have
Gotcha.
anything?
Gotcha.
It's very, very controlled.
While we're on the subject of Afghanistan, I've got a Patreon. It's a subscription account, and we've turned it into quite the community here. And one of the things I do is I offer them the opportunity to ask each and every guest a question. And so this is from Jim Harmon. Why does it appear that our government intel agencies appear to ignore obvious threats to national security? For instance, the fact that Hamza bin Laden is alive is disputed by officials. So we wanted to go into this, and we were talking off camera about my friend Sarah Adams, who says that Hamza bin Laden is still alive, that he is the leader. He's basically over all of these terrorist organizations, which have united. Then she went on to say that the I believe it was the UK government also reported through their intel agencies that he was alive. Now I know you have a different opinion on this.
Yes. Hamza bin Laden actual is not alive. He is dead. However, I do not dispute the fact that someone calling himself Hamza bin Laden, perhaps even a bin Laden cousin, is doing all of that. But Hamza actual is not alive.
How do you know that?
He is dead. Because I have asked multiple people who would know that I trust, and they have told me unequivocally he is dead.
Did they tell you where he was killed?
Yes, and I don't remember right now. I know that's a cop-out, but it's real.
When was he killed?
Man, 2019, is that right?
Why do you think the UK government is saying that he's alive?
I mean, there's clearly someone calling himself Hamza bin Laden that is like organizing a lot of bad stuff. And I don't dispute that. I just think, like, do you remember in the Princess Bride, the Dread Pirate Roberts, that there were like multiple, when one guy would retire, there'd be another guy that came up and now he was the Dread Pirate Roberts. Mm-hmm. And you're just kind of like living off of that infamy. That name is so powerful and is a brand in and of itself. And therefore, someone's using it to rally the terrorist troops. But no, I will say, like, he's dead. But yes, there are serious concerns about a person calling himself Hamza bin Laden who's organizing some very problematic and troubling things.
Well, that's an interesting twist that seems like a very realistic scenario.
I mean, both things could be right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How do you think the Afghan withdrawal went?
Not well. Not well. It was a catastrophe, and we are still living with the repercussions of that today. Very much so. I got pulled into one of these kind of civilian groups, like veterans and former DoD civilians, and I found out later also active duty folks in special operations who were coordinating with us when they were not supposed to be, but God bless them. Someone reached out to me right when things started to get chaotic and a lawyer friend of mine, and she had a client who was just trying to, trying to get into the airport, trying to get out. Could I help? So I don't even remember who I reached out to, someone, and someone I thought might know something, and they added me to the Signal chat group that took over my life for weeks. And I know a lot of people had those kind of experiences where all of a sudden I just dropped everything that I was doing. And I do know people, and I have my own network, and actually was able to help a couple of families that DIA families, actually, Afghans that were working for DIA, that had worked for DIA for a long time, and were being abandoned. And amazingly, because of the people on the ground and their heroic efforts, their willingness to work with us, they saved a lot of lives. So, but the things, even sitting in my living room, on Signal, just being part of this, I mean, it was so weird because I did feel like I was there sometimes. There was one family we were trying to help. I want to be careful because I don't know what happened to them, but they didn't make it out. I know that. It was a father and some kids, and they were, it was so hot those days, and people were waiting outside for days and days, like passing out, babies dying. And there was this particular man who had worked for us and was trying to get out with his kids. And there was someone on the wall, like a PJ on the wall, looking for him. And we had already, given everyone, you say this, he'll say this, hold up. He had a sign that had a word on it. He was holding up the sign, and he was right outside. They were right outside of Abbey Gate. And I have a picture of the man and his two beautiful children right before the explosion happened, and we found out later one of the boys was killed.
Oh man!
And that wrecked me. Like for a while. Just looking at that little boy's face, and like it was so close. They were so close, and we couldn't get anyone to open the gates. There were all these, we're like, oh, send them to the black gate. Oh, send them to this gate. And they would get there and there was no gate open. There was no one there to open the gate. It was so much chaos. And then the civilians, there were Americans trying to get out. They were also being given this bad information. People were supposed to help them, and they weren't. So they were getting information from, people in my group. And they were getting beaten by the Taliban badly. They were getting their U.S. blue passports taken from them. And, I thought your interview of Sergeant Tyler Vargas Andrews was so powerful. And I want to thank you for that, and to thank him, because there are so many of us who were at home that day just trying to help. And that feeling when that explosion went off, when that guy clacked himself off, and 13 service members, it breaks my heart to this day. I had the opportunity to meet some of the family members, and I can't imagine, I have, again, my two brothers served in the Marine Corps, and but for the grace of God, it was so pointless. It was so unnecessary. And that was how we left. And that's how the world saw us leave after 20 years of blood and treasure. And so it also was such an encouragement to global jihadis globally. We lost the GWAT. And they know it, and we just haven't admitted it to ourselves. That's the accountability that we still need. We need to be able to say that we lost, and we need to understand why. But it's just there's still, I think in the early, the year or two after the withdrawal, there were still some people who were a lot of us know a lot of Afghans who like really competent fighters who served in the Afghan military, like either the SOF units or like the Zira units. I mean, they're just incredibly competent. And some of them really wanted to organize and go back. I mean, I don't really see that happening anymore. And especially when our own relationship with the Taliban is sort of unclear. But I just want to point out that we gave up Bagram. Like, we could have pulled out and kept Bagram, but Bagram we need for China. And China knows it. And for China to people talk about China and Afghanistan like they get control over all these rare earth minerals and stuff. That's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is the geography. And how are we, look at a map, like how are we going to do this when we don't have Bagram? Bagram would have been the place. And it just again makes no sense. It makes no sense. And all of the after action stuff where like the people at the embassy were drunk and not wanting to leave. I don't know if you saw that. There was one of the interviews that was done later. One of our service members was like just knocking on doors at the embassy at the end, just like making sure everyone was evacuating to HKIA. And someone opened the door. It's an account. You can find it online. Someone opened the door and was like wasted off their ass. Like, this was okay, and when you learn more about kind of the who was in control or who was in charge of that effort, it was the State Department. It was the civilians, not the military. So anyway, I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of blame to go around. And, I'm complaining about a lot. Someone said to me a while ago, a response to one of these like op-eds that I wrote was like, well, what about you? What about your own involvement in this stuff? I think we can all stand to look at what we were part of and what we were, what our activities were. And I think accountability should be spread far and wide. And I'm not afraid of it, but at the same time, like I wasn't part of that. What I do know is at the end of the first Trump administration, we were in a very different place, and Trump did not order withdrawal. Trump was comfortable with a small force there. That was really doing like advise and assist. And we were doing intel support for the Afghan special operations units who were extremely capable and were conducting operations very successfully. So if we had just, part of me feels if we had just continued that, I mean, if you look at when was the last casualty prior to Abbey Gate, it was like a couple years. Because we weren't doing what we were doing before. We were transitioning. So, yeah, the whole thing is just like, mental health crisis, really.
I mean, there's just so many. It just seemed like no thought at all went into that. I mean, we have all these jihadist groups that want to kill us. We have zero intelligence on the ground over there anymore. We gave up a strategic air base, which not only for China, but also Iran,
Yep.
because they did use or still do, use terrorist organizations as proxies. The rare minerals. I mean, the fact that we abandoned another ally, or I guess I can't say it ally, but abandoned another, just like Vietnam.
Yeah.
We trained them up. We were turning it over. They fought alongside us for 21 years?
Yeah.
21 years. And then we're just mic drop. We're out. Done. That's it. I mean,
And
what?
to add insult to injury, we trucked all these random Afghans here some of whom turned out to be like watch listed, and people who actually like earned the right to be here, who worked with us, worked for us, were abandoned. And we still have a lot of people here that we don't even know who they are.
How do you think that should have gone?
They knew. This is where I start to get, they knew months in advance that they were going to leave. They knew they are government. They knew that we were going to leave through HKIA and not through Bagram. So in that moment, like, they knew we weren't going to bring anyone out except for us. They never had any intention of like saving our partners, even though they said they did. I mean, those factors, like, look at the HKIA is in the middle of the city, and in order to have airlifts for the number of people who needed to be brought out, and then also the immigration kind of requirements, like all of the paperwork and stuff and vetting and all that, should have begun months and months and months before. The fact that they didn't do that meant that they were never going to save anybody. And no one ever, there were lies during the entire 6 months from when they announced the withdrawal to when it happened. Just lie after lie. And yeah, that's just, you can point it out and it doesn't matter. It doesn't change a thing.
It's enraging.
Yes.
Back to the SWIFT thing. Were you able, was that instrumental in changing how we target these guys? And
in some cases, by the time I was working on it, it had already been blown. So I think the enemy had, like, they'd already changed their TTPs a lot. But, for example, bank accounts are one way to move money, but they have this whole underground system. It's not underground, but it's not part of our Western culture, called Hawala, where it's a value transfer system. It's like the easiest way to explain it. And like, you can go to a Hawala is not a bank, and not even necessarily it's not a licensed financial institution in many countries. But if you can go to like a corner store somewhere, and the guy's a Hawaladar, and you can say, well, I want to send, $5,000 to my boy in Islamabad. So that guy will call up like some Hawala in Islamabad, and they basically arrange between the two of them, because I pay the guy here $5,000. They arrange between the two of them how the money is going to be transferred. But again, it's not necessarily money. It can be carpets, it can be gemstones, it can be other items of value. And then my buddy in Islamabad will go to the place in Islamabad and get $5,000. So you can't track that through like the formal financial system.
So it's like a Western Union of commodities.
Yes. Exactly. So that's been a challenge for the intelligence community for many years, and law enforcement, to try to understand the Hawala network, global Hawala network, how it works. I was working in banking in UAE for several years, and I worked for a big bank, and we had a relationship with several Hawalas that were like banks. They were huge, and they had their own compliance people that were working on doing stuff that bankers all know, KYC, know your customer, kind of trying to understand, like, oh, this is your name, it does not come up on any watch list. This is your address doesn't come up on any like known bad person on the OFAC list. I mean, there's a whole process that's very involved, but the bottom line is some of these hawalas are very big, and they're used, like, they're across the Middle East and the Islamic world. So they're used they're in places where banks don't really operate because for a variety of reasons. And from an enforcement perspective, it's a challenge to figure out, like, well, these guys are clearly running like bad money through their hawala, but that's also the only way that this entire region, of this country can get access to money. So,
interesting. I did not know that.
yeah.
Interesting. Well, Simone, let's take a quick break.
Great.
And when we come back, we'll get into DIA.
Great.
Want more from the Sean Ryan Show? Join our Patreon today for more clips and exclusive content. You'll get an exclusive look behind the scenes where you can watch the guests interact with the team and explore the studio before every episode. Plus, unlock bonus content like our extra intel segments where we ask our guests additional questions, our new SRS on-site specials, and access to an entire tactical training library you will not find anywhere else. And the best part? Patreon members can ask our guests questions directly. Your insights can help shape the show. Join us on Patreon now, support the mission, and become part of the Sean Ryan Show's story. When your metabolism is working properly, you can feel the benefits in literally every aspect of your life. Lumen is here to help. Lumen is one of the world's first handheld metabolic coaches that can help measure your metabolism through your breath. Just breathe into your Lumen and get a world of insight. Because your metabolism is at the center of everything your body does, and optimal metabolic wellness translates to benefits like improved energy levels, better fitness results, and more. I check mine every morning, and on the app, it lets me know if it detects if I'm burning fat or carbs and gives me tailored guidance to help improve my nutrition, workouts, sleep, and even stress management. It's amazing and gives me the insights I need to take control of my health. The warmer months are coming. Spring back into your health and fitness. Go to lumen.me/SRS to get 10% off your Lumen. That's lumen.me/SRS for 10% off your purchase. Thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring this episode. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. All right, Simone, we're back from the break. We're going to move into your career over at Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. So how did you fall into that?
Well, I moved over there. Basically, General Flynn became the director of DIA. And I went over there with him. I had been at Treasury, obviously, before that, on the intel side, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis. And General Flynn was standing up. A lot of commanders have their kind of directors advisory group or whatever they call it. And so he was standing his up, and I had the opportunity to go and be part of that. So so I that's how I got over to DIA.
Right on. What kind of stuff were you doing?
Well, his big push was, when he got over there, was the reorganization of DIA. But I think it's not a surprise to anyone who knew him to say that he was like on a kind of revenge tour after his experience in Afghanistan. He wrote Fixing Intel, talking about how the intelligence assessments that were being produced, or the information that was being collected even and shared, was not helpful to people on the battlefield. That it was they weren't collecting things that we needed to fight the war and to win the war, and he wrote this very controversial. I mean, everyone agreed with it, but the way that it was released, I think Gates, Secretary Gates, he was the SecDef at the time, and others were critical of how it was released, i.e., it was released publicly through a think tank, but that was how General Flynn operated. So he didn't really care. I think he wanted to just get it to the widest audience possible because he wanted to make sure that people understood how broken it was. There was really like he could only jump up and down for so long yelling about the same problem. So, people have a variety of opinions on that. And I don't know if it was the right thing to do or not, but it certainly got a lot of attention. And it did get things to change. So when he came back and took over DIA, he wanted to move a lot of people out who had kind of stood in his way and were not helpful in prosecuting the war. So there were these announcements that would come out pretty regularly about like senior DIA employees who were like moving to different jobs in other agencies, kind of thing, like, oh, they're going to be the liaison at DHS and things like that. And it was, he was moving people out that he did not view as kind of teammates, people who were going to be helpful in what he wanted to do with DIA. So there was a lot of kind of like rearranging personnel stuff. But the really big effort during that time was reorganizing the agency and putting the collectors and the analysts together in one. So like the collection operations for, let's say, Russia and the analysts for Russia were not like they didn't even know each other. They were in different parts of bowling. They were different parts of the world sometimes, and they weren't working together in a coordinated way. So he reorganized DIA to have like Russia House, to have like China House, and so the Americas was another one where you have again the people working together so that they can coordinate effectively. So collectors are actually, going after intelligence that the analysts really need to answer the key questions. So, I mean, for people who don't know, it's our senior leadership in our government puts out the collection priorities. They put out like, here are the main things that we want to know. And then the intelligence community kind of does an assessment of like, well, what can we answer and where are the gaps? And the gaps are really what the intelligence collectors, go after. And they need to be working closely with the analysts who are going to really fill those gaps with that information and that intelligence. So it was pretty revolutionary at the time. No one had ever thought about it like that before. CIA reorganized itself in a similar manner not long after that. So I think it was clearly a great idea. And so, but to be part of that, DIA is kind of notoriously bureaucratic, and a lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about DIA. And but I worked with a lot of people who spent a long time deployed and who are patriots and, put everything out there, like left it all on the field, did their best. So I was there for not for that long, like 2 years. But I learned a lot during my time there. I worked with some great analysts. I finished out my time. So I did that. Was working on the reorg for a while under General Flynn, and then I moved to running a small unit of analysts. Really, we were focused on something that no one at the time cared about at all: transnational organized crime. in the Americas, cartels, and no one paid attention to us. No one cared. Had a great group of analysts who knew a lot about the subject matter, and
Nobody paid any attention to that or cared?
no, not at
How?
that time. No, not at that time. I mean, it was like checking the box, but we were all focused. Everyone was focused on the Middle East. And I was there. This is really what led me to quit government completely was Syria, the Obama's Syria red line. So first after all my experiences, Iraq, Afghanistan, I was pretty disgusted by everything, but I still wanted to serve, and I loved what I was doing, like on a micro level. I loved the people I got to work with. I thought we were working on important things. The fact that I had this kind of financial intelligence background made me a little bit unusual, which I like too, kind of niche. But I remember, I don't think I'll ever forget it. Obama gave that famous speech about red lines and Assad if Assad uses chemical weapons against his own people, like that's a red line and we will act. So I think it was on a Friday when Assad, for the first time, used chemical weapons against the Syrian people. He did it many, many times after, but the first was, I think, on a Friday because we all showed up to work on Saturday. Like no one said, come in, but we just showed up because that's, you know how it is. That's like what you do. Okay, it's going to kick off. We'll just be here to be helpful. And we sat there for hours, and finally one of the bosses came out of his office and was like, y'all should just go home. Nothing's going to happen. And I really had a crisis at that time, and just realized I was like nearing 40, and I just thought, what am I doing with my life? I've been so focused. It wasn't just a job for me. It was like a life. It was my life. Mm-hmm. And I just felt like, what am I doing? I don't know what am I doing this for? This is crazy. And I knew I had to leave. I knew, I started paying attention to, I don't know if they still do this, but at the time, DIA would have these like email announcements when someone dies, and they tell you like so-and-so passed away. People were, I don't know if this is true, but it seemed like people were dying at their desks. And I was like, no way.
What do you mean people were dying at their desks?
Like, you know how it is in the bureaucracy where people just like, they're going to hang on till retirement no matter what. Like, got to get those last years in before you hit retirement. Like, That's such a thing. So you get all your benefits. People were dying at their desks waiting to hit that retirement. It's not funny, but it's real. And when I remember telling people that I was leaving, and no one could believe it. Because I had all my tickets, I had like, polygraphs and everything. I had it all. And they're like, your clearance is worth over $200,000. And I'm like, there's more to life. There's just more to life. I'm not going to do this anymore. So, that was.
So you didn't believe in the mission anymore, and your values weren't aligned with what was happening.
What was the mission, Sean?
You're asking the wrong person that. But I'm still trying to figure that one out.
I didn't see it. And, I just felt I've given years of my life to this. And, I wasn't married, didn't have kids. And I was like, there's more to life. So, so I had no job to go to. But they were offering early outs. They called it Vera Visa. Basically, they pay you a lump sum for your retirement, and that's it. You're done, and your billet is gone. So I was expensive. By that time, I was like a GS 15 step 5. which in the DC area is a lot of money. Relatively for the government, it was like 100 something, like 100, I don't remember, maybe in the 190s. Yeah, so I just, but the VRV-SIP was like a lump sum payment. And I just, after tax, took the money and left. I went to Italy. I had a friend that I had reconnected with. One of my brothers got married in Italy, and I had reconnected with this friend of mine there. And he was a friend from business school days. I went to business school in Milan, and he had this like luxury villa on the Amalfi Coast, and he's like, "Do you want to help me?" And I just thought, I mean, are you serious? Because yes, I would. So I ended up doing that. I went to Sorrento, Italy, and it's funny in retrospect, but it was really what I needed. And I just helped him run his like luxury villa. We started this boat tour company where we would take like guests to Capri on day trips. And I was like the first maid on the boat, and worked for tips. It was
Wow.
great. It was awesome.
Quite the change, huh?
I needed it. Yeah. Like swim in the ocean every day, be outside the skiff, just experience life. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it was good until I ran out of money around later in the year, and I got had to actually go back to real job in real life. But yeah, it was amazing, and I think in retrospect, seeing how a lot of my friends kind of have flamed out when they've had the kind of similar realization that I had.
Were a lot of people leaving? Like you?
In different ways. Yeah, in different ways.
What were the discussions like?
I mean, when I was telling my friends in the intelligence community that I was leaving and why, I mean, maybe people I worked with didn't fully, like on my team didn't understand, but my friends understood 100%. And some of them had already left. Yeah, so, people got it. I mean, if you look back now at our, like, on the analytics side, the analysts, like senior analysts that we have who served in GWAT, very, very few. Everyone's gone. Like there was on Iraq specifically, everyone cleared out. Everyone.
Man.
But how sad is that too? Because there's very, very limited institutional memory of so many things that are important for the institution to remember. That's, one of the big challenges, I think. And sure, the Army did, Iraq, like the after action kind of deep dive into Iraq, what went wrong. And I've heard there's one on Afghanistan, but it's classified.
Go figure.
But like, it's still, that's great for the Army, but it's so specific to the military, and there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, there have been so many people have written books and they've covered different sides of this. But the basic fact is the people who are like mentally healthy enough, and I feel like I was borderline at that point. I was not mentally healthy at that point. I knew it enough to not even try to find another job, just to like clear my head, and try to just get myself back a little bit. And then also the reality was I was doing really well. I would have advanced to an SIS, but I had to do another deployment, probably to Djibouti. And I just had zero. I was like, I'm going to burn my sleeping bag. I am not doing that again. I was done.
I'm going to burn my sleeping bag.
That thing smelled so bad, but it was just time, it was just enough. It was enough. You and I both know people who that's all they can do now with their lives. They can only exist in places and situations like that, and they can't live in the normal world. And I kind of recognized that I was like slapping up against that, and I didn't want to become that. So, and talking to other people that I had served with, everyone kind of understood that, because the adrenaline is real, and the feeling that you're working on something important, and you're, you know, the mission and all that. And so it had to get really bad for me to understand that I had to just pull the ripcord and save myself, and that's what I did.
And where did you go from Italy?
I went to the UAE, and I got a job working for a big bank that had gotten itself in trouble, violating Iran sanctions, and it was. I mean, they egregiously violated Iran sanctions.
How so?
They created a manual for their clients on how to, like, hide details about transactions. Like,
Holy shit.
yeah.
And you were working for that bank?
Afterwards. So I guess they forgot about the NSA can, like, find that sort of thing. And so they got in very serious trouble with OFAC and the DOJ. So they had to pay over $1 billion in fines. They almost lost their US dollar access, and they had to create a whole new compliance program focused on our laws, the Bank Secrecy Act. And so how to, like, the controls around US dollar transactions. And so my job, I covered Africa, Middle East, and Pakistan from Dubai. I was based in Dubai. And so I was, like, all over the region for years doing my job, which was basically conducting investigations, doing training thousands and thousands of bank employees, and then interacting a lot with our regulators as well. Just kind of, like, letting them know what was going on, answering questions, stuff like that.
So you're living in Dubai?
Yeah.
Okay. How was that? We just went there about a month ago, I think, ish. I've been there several times.
Yeah.
It's like all expats.
It is. It is. What did you think? Did you like it?
I love it there.
Yeah.
I think the architecture is amazing. I think it's one of the most impressive cities in the world. I don't know what I would do there if I lived there other than shop, but because they got some great shopping.
They do. They do.
But yeah, what's it like living there?
I mean, I loved it. I was on the road a lot, so I can see what you're saying, but I loved it. I just thought the people were so nice. I made a lot of friends. It was beautiful. It's safe. And it's just incredibly impressive. The first time that I was there was, like, early days, like maybe 2004.
Oh, okay.
And so to see what it became so quickly, what they built there, what they made, is just really, it's like got a vibe, you know. It's now that I'm older, you know, I kind of like Abu Dhabi. It's a little more chill. You know, I'm like in bed at 9 o'clock person now. So Dubai's can be a lot, but it's amazing. It truly is amazing. And I really enjoyed my time there. My job was super interesting too. I mean, we were in Zimbabwe when the Mugabe regime was falling. Like, we were there, myself and some of my colleagues from New York City, because at the time we were the only bank that was still had access to US dollars, but because the Mugabe regime was sanctioned by OFAC, by the Treasury Department, we had to, like, wall them off from any US dollar anything. So we were we were there during, like, kind of a crazy time for the country, and I had never been there before, and so it was really interesting. We found out, I think the secret police were, like, on the 2 floors above us in our hotel. And yeah, it was just, thank God, nothing bad happened to anybody, but it definitely could have. You could tell it was one of those situations where things could pop off in a second. And I was the only one that had my sort of background there. So I brought a ton of cash with me also because I knew, I saw that, there were lines for the ATMs and like you can't rely on an ATM in a situation like that. So I brought a significant amount of cash, and it turned out that all my banker colleagues from New York City had like zero cash. So, but
How do you wall a bank off from U.S. dollars?
well, it's all electronic. But so the bank itself wasn't, obviously our bank was not walled off, but like a certain set of bank customers who could have access to other not denominations,
Currencies.
but other currencies, but just not US dollars. So you can mark like it's inside the system. I haven't been in a bank system in a long time, but you can say like this account is for this currency and that currency, and this account is for that currency and that currency, and then these accounts are US dollar accounts.
Gotcha.
So you can, for example, have multiple accounts in the same bank for different currencies, or one account that has multiple currencies.
Interesting. And then you get appointed to the Pentagon
Yes.
in 2019.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, General Flynn called me. And we had been in touch since I left. I mean, kind of the big communication that he and I had was when I was in Italy, I got contacted by a reporter friend, one of the few, who called me to tell me that Flynn was going to Russia and going to this RT dinner, and I should talk to him about that because it was a bad idea. And I was like, no, he's not. There's no way he's doing that. Like, shut up. Yeah, he did that. And I did call him or text him. I don't remember anymore. And he told me that it was, thank you very much for your concern. I know what I'm doing. It's all under control. So, and I really pleaded with him, and I just said, you're retired. I know you're probably excited you're free and you can do what you want, but like you're a retired 3-star. Like you still have those 3 stars, like mean something. And like, by the way, don't F all the rest of us that, had in some way, like were tied to you. I mean, I worked for him for like 5 years, in different capacities. So, I was kind of like trying to save myself at the same time, but, yeah, he did him, and he did that, but anyway, fast forward, he put me up for an assistant secretary job at Treasury at the time. Here's what happened. He called me. I was in Dubai, and he's like, "I need you. Like, what jobs do you want?" And in the past, I'd been like, salute, like, yes, sir. But this time, the way that banking, salaries and stuff work is you get your salary payment, but then you get a bonus. And the bonus, if you're lucky, is like a lot of money. And because I was living overseas, your taxes aren't like taken out automatically like they are here. So my bonus was going to pay for all my taxes. And the bonus is paid out in March. So the election was in November. And so I was like, can I come a little later this time? Like, I'm not going to be there day one. Thank God. And so that's what happened. So the Treasury job went away because Flynn went away, and all the Treasury deciding people were like, I basically was, I was like kind of stray voltage on the Flynn thing. which was fine, so I just continued on doing what I was doing. About a year later, I got this opportunity at the Pentagon. I guess my name was kind of still on lists, still my resume was still in there. So I got contacted by the DoD liaison to the White House, and he said this opportunity, they were looking for someone for the office where I had started back in Solik, in ASD Solik, that they needed a deputy like under the DASD to run that special operations and combating terrorism. So I thought, how cool. And I didn't, I had been overseas during the whole election, so I didn't know anything really about Trump. I got my information from, overseas news, and I just assumed that Hillary would win. And when she didn't win, I was like, whoa, great. Now what? Like, cool. But yeah, so, and then when everything got crazy really fast, obviously. And
That's a pretty damn important position.
Yeah. At SOCT. Yeah, it was, I got there, was, the DASD was still there. He moved on a little bit later, but yeah, we were in the thick of it, and it was really, it was the greatest privilege of my life to work with that group of warriors.
I mean, what kind of stuff were you doing? So, SOCT, Special Operations and Combating Terrorism during Baghdadi and Soleimani operations. I mean, that's like...
Yeah,
impressive.
All impressive to the men and women who executed those operations. I got to see the video of Baghdadi, the Baghdadi op, like afterwards. They had this whole, those guys are very good at, their marketing themselves to the right people. So they made a video of their operation. It's classified, but you get to go down. They even had really cool music, and so that was. But being part of it.
So were you
really
in the
meant,
planning process of these?
No, I wasn't. That's all the military. The military does the planning. If there's any like approvals, that sometimes there's ancillary things that need to be approved, like they need to go up a chain. But the big thing that I had to do with the Baghdadi operation was briefing Congress after the fact, and briefing members and the staffs. And what was really awesome, I mean, this was my favorite part of it, and I sound like a fangirl because I am, was, it was myself, my joint staff counterpart, he was a very highly decorated ranger, and the director of CTC at the agency. And it was really, for the most part, the two of them explaining in detail what happened. So I really can't say very much, but the CTC guy, the CIA Counterterrorism Center's director, I mean, that's some movie shit, what happened there. And the first time that I learned it, just being real, was like when I heard him briefing on the Hill. And that's right. I had zero need to know about how they got to Baghdadi and how they figured out it was him, and how they got eyes on. And but I did
share any of that, or is that all sealed up?
I mean, I wouldn't want to be the one to tell that story. That's someone else's story.
Okay.
But God bless them. And what was amazing, one of the many, many amazing things about that operation was they had, I mean, it was boots on the ground, and no one was even injured. The dog. Super funny story about the dog. Okay, I can tell that. So Conan, the dog. So there's a huge public interest in Conan the dog that was part of the operation, got injured in the operation, but was fine mostly. So when the time came to give the unit an award, there was something, I don't even remember what exactly, but there was some type of ceremony at the White House. But that unit, that's a special mission unit, so none of those guys can be identified. So, but they wanted to showcase the dog. So the dog had a different handler for that event because the real handler, couldn't be on camera. And we were watching in the office, and he was standing, the vice president was standing next to the dog, and the vice president started moving his hand like to pet this thing. This is not a dog that you pet. Do you know what I'm saying? This dog has titanium teeth and is probably definitely ripped many throats out. And the vice president's we just watch his hand we were all like, no. But and not with his regular handler either. So oh my God, but it all worked out. And the Pence has both his hands still. But that was just to be part of that in a small way, and help tell the story of what these guys did was truly amazing. And we all knew the story of Kayla Mueller and what she had endured and what he had done to her, turning her into just let's not even say it, but just so horrific, was so meaningful to be able to, we couldn't save her, but we did bring justice for her family at the end of the day. And I believe in that. I was really proud to be the explainer at the end of that, explain to our lawmakers what happened. That was awesome. And then Soleimani, well, I'll just say there were a lot of people in the first Trump administration who said a lot of things about being involved, and they're on a lot of lists now. And, I was not involved. Other than that, I was in that office when it happened. And so we knew about it. I knew about it. I don't think my team did until I told them, but it was a task force operation. And so we were apprised of it, and we had to deal with a lot of stuff after the fact. But I remember this, how stressful it was with all the different operational details as we were learning them. There was just so many things that could have gone wrong as usual on an operation like that. And to see at the end his hand on social media, his hand with his famous ring, and knowing the story of Qasem Soleimani and how much American blood he had on his hands, how many Americans he'd been involved in killing over the years, and of him really being this evil mastermind, and removing him from the battlefield was really profound. And I had nothing to do with it other than to be in that job at that time, but was very, very proud. And I just, I know a lot of the folks who were involved and will never take credit or talk about it. And they're amazing. Yeah. But yeah, that also not my story to tell, but just an amazing, amazing operation. And we got a bonus too. We got, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name. He also was responsible for a lot of them. Mohandas. Mohandas was in the vehicle with Soleimani, which we didn't know in advance, but that was his day too. So
who was he?
He was a terrorist leader, an Iraqi. So Qasem Soleimani basically ruled Iraq after we left in 2011. From the politicians really answered to him in many ways, but he also had stood up. So there were a lot of different Shia militia groups. Some were directly like Quds Force affiliated, and then there were some that were more like Iraqis Shia, but still funded and aligned with Iran and the Quds Force, and they became the PMF, the Popular Military Front, which still to this day, I believe, gets paid through the Iraqi budget. They're part of Iraq's military force now. Iraq became a satellite of Iran after we pulled out. I don't know if you know that, but after we pulled out in 2011, that's what happened. And that was really in large part thanks to Qasem Soleimani. But he was the mastermind from the beginning. These EFPs, the explosively
Oh yeah, I remember those.
formed projectiles that killed a lot of people, a lot of our people. That was his, that was his mastermind. So, and Mohandas was one of his lieutenants in Iraq. And so to see them both taken out was just,
Felt good.
it felt great. And knowing everything that they had done to so many of our friends, it felt good.
There was a lot of backlash over that, if I remember correctly, wasn't there?
And yeah, people freaked out and were like, World War III. It was
It's like 2020.
Yeah. Yeah, 2020. They freaked out and said it's going to be World War III. It was definitely a ballsy move. And it definitely, look, when the president asked for options, there are a lot of options that are provided to the president. But on that particular day, that was the option that he picked. And was everyone shocked? Pretty much, yeah. And because no one had ever, no president before Trump would have made a decision like that.
How would that have? Back then, I kind of lived in an echo chamber, so I didn't really explore any of the other ideas. How would that have triggered World War III?
In my mind, it wasn't going to. But there are a lot of people in Washington who are always advocating for a diplomatic approach, which, by the way, I don't discount the efficacy of diplomacy in the right situation. Mm-hmm. But, Iran had just killed an American. That was the backdrop for this. Right? There was, I think it was a U.S. contractor that was killed on a base that a U.S. base in Iraq that Iran attacked. If I recall correctly, drone. I don't know. I'm sorry, my memory is not great. But what I do remember is an American contractor was killed, and President Trump was going to do something about it because enough was enough. And you can't just get away with killing Americans, which is right, by the way. Thank you. So he's presented with, a list of different options. The military puts that together. At the time, it was, I guess, Milley and we went through a bunch of sec defs at that time.
Esper.
But yeah, I believe it was Esper. So they put together these options, probably mostly Milley, and but together presented them to the president, and the president decided to go with strike on Soleimani. Not all of them, by the way, are necessarily individual, take this guy out or take that guy out. Some of them are more strategic, but yeah, that was that he went with that one. And there were people in our government who had been tracking Soleimani for years, many, many years. And the Israelis were tracking him for many, many years as well, and shared a lot of really vital intelligence with us at that time. So they did not, to my knowledge, take part in that strike, other than perhaps providing some intelligence. But we can see today how deeply they penetrated into Iran, into Quds Force, into their multiple terror proxies. It's pretty extraordinary. I'm super jealous. I just like I wish that we were, that good, really.
How many terrorist organizations is Iran using as proxies? Do you have any idea?
Well, there's Iraq. I mean, you want to call these little groups in Iraq like one. There's a couple like kind of key ones, but they've changed, merged, etc. over time. But you've got the Houthis in Yemen, you've got Hezbollah in Lebanon, you've got Gaza, you've got Hamas, which is funny because, not funny, but a lot of people were saying, oh, well, they're Muslim Brotherhood, i.e. Sunni, so therefore they can't be aligned with Iran. They can't be accepting like money and training and stuff from Iran because they're Sunni. Well, go back to what we were talking about, Al-Qaeda leadership being in Iran. Like, those guys work with each other. And this was another example where Hamas was clearly taking, they were clearly partners with Iran, and Iran was clearly providing funding and training and equipment. So anyway, those are like the main ones. But, Hezbollah is a global organization. Obviously, they're based in Lebanon, but you have Hezbollah operating Venezuela. They're operating in the in that tri-border region, and historically they have been for a long time. And then, of course, you have the Quds Force, which is the only Iranian one, and they're and I'm sorry, Hezbollah also operating in Syria. They had a big operation in Syria. So yeah, I mean they've been wreaking havoc globally for such a long time. And this is the same organization. Hezbollah killed Marines in Beirut in the 80s, held a station chief hostage and tortured him and murdered him. This is the same. Anyway, all that to say, they built, and Qasem Soleimani was the mastermind behind this. They had Israel essentially surrounded. They built this huge terror network, but it wasn't only for Israel, because they used it to attack us a lot. And there was no real successor to him. There was no one else like him. So taking him out was quite significant. But yeah, a lot of people freaked out and said it was going to be World War III, and that never happened. And there's like very little reflection I've seen from those people who said that about why that didn't happen and what does that mean about their own assumptions. And maybe I should revise what I think, because when we attacked Fort Dow recently, it was like the same thing all over again. Oh, World War III. I mean, obviously.
When we attacked who? Sorry.
Fort Dow, the Iranian nuclear program, when we bombed their nuclear, when we bombed Fort Dow, that was there was like another round of people freaking out about World War III. And
well, I mean, I can, if you don't mind, I'd like to share my opinion on that. But
Great.
I mean, I think it was just a different, the Soleimani days, the geopolitics was a lot different. And today we have, I think a lot of people know about BRICS. You know about BRICS. Yeah. Throwing the U.S. dollar off the world reserve currency. And we have Russia, Ukraine going on. We have China. We have the China problem. Also China, Taiwan. Then we have all the shit going on in the Middle East. And if you look at the BRICS alliance, I mean, it's Russia. It's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And the last time I checked, there were like 22 other countries that had joined that. And, and so right there, Russia, China, Iran, I believe is part of that. You know what I mean? So China, Russia, Iran. It's, I think at least for me, when I look at it, I'm like, oh shit. Like, we're not just messing with Iran right now. We're also messing with China, with Russia, with India, with all these other players, that are also nuclear powers. And so it's not just, but I wasn't as tuned in back then either with Soleimani as I am now. And so that's my fear is it maybe a little bit of a bold statement here, but I mean, it seems like the counter to NATO. You know what I mean? And what do you think? How close are we to World War III?
I don't know. I mean, hopefully very far away. What do I think of BRICS? I mean, I think they're trying to make BRICS a thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's yet. It's still developing. I think there are a few, if I recall correctly, there are a couple of countries that have actually pulled out of BRICS
I haven't
recently.
heard that.
I think they have, which is great. So BRICS is TBD. I mean, we're still the United States. We're definitely weaker. We're definitely we've been headed in a bad direction. But when an American president says this country cannot ever have a nuclear weapon,
Mm-hmm.
you kind of put yourself in a situation where the American president has to, if they're about to get that, the country's about to get a nuclear weapon and the American president has said they can't get a nuclear weapon, you kind of put yourself in a box. And again, I'm glad he did for all the reasons that we discussed. But BRICS doesn't mean that any one of those countries is going to be like, how dare you attack our great partner? They don't have it's a economic partnership right now. There's no real like military alliance behind it like there is with Article 5 in NATO, where like if anyone attacks a NATO partner, then all NATO partners are supposed to like come to their aid, which in my opinion, I don't actually know if that would ever happen. Sorry.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you there, but do you think that China, Russia could have used, let's say that, I'm kind of alluding the fact that Iran would have blown up a little bigger than that situation would have blown up a little bit bigger than it would. I mean, do you think that China and Russia would have used Iran as a proxy to get, to smuggle weapons in there, to aid them, to train them, to outfit them, if that would have turned into something bigger than what actually happened?
I mean, they have proven themselves to not be allies. They're like, it's a cynical partnership.
How have they proven not to be allies?
Well, they didn't come to their aid, did they? Israel was hammering them for like months and months and achieved air superiority over a period of days. And like China and Russia didn't come and help Iran. So if they were real allies, then they would have come to their aid, right? That's what an ally does. So I think it also showed that the fear that a lot of people have of this, like they signed this 100-year agreement or something, didn't they? Iran and China and Russia. I believe they signed 50 years, maybe.
I don't know about that.
They signed an agreement. They made there was like very public that they were going to cooperate on all kinds of things, and they're real partners. But it's turned out so far to be economic in nature and nothing else. I mean, even China. So China, what does China get from a partnership with Iran? It gets
a proxy against us.
It gets a proxy against us, yes. But it gets like directly, it gets energy. It gets like, oil. But it doesn't get the majority of it from Iran. I mean, China has enormous energy needs. It gets the majority, it gets its energy from Iran, but mostly Saudi Arabia. So even if they lost completely Iran's like access to Iran's oil and gas, they still would be okay. So that's also a calculation for them. It's like, is it worth it for you to go into like a full-on kinetic situation with the United States right now? Like, they want to do that at a time and place of their choosing, and like, this ain't it. They have their grand plans, and so, but they would love to see us dragged down into the Middle East again, because that was so beneficial for them the last time. But that's why we can never do that again. And everyone knows
How was it beneficial for them?
we drained our blood and treasure. We're very demoralized. A lot of the infighting that is occurring here in the U.S. is all beneficial to them. We're fighting ourselves. You know, like, have you noticed that X is so crazy recently?
Have I noticed?
It's so crazy. But there's so many foreign bot operations, and they're focused on like dividing us. And I wish, like, Elon, please put like, I think there's a way of identifying, even if they use VPN, like, of identifying where these accounts are coming from. It would be so helpful if they could start being flagged, and at least we would know, like, MAGA America, American flag is actually based in China. You know, super helpful. But anyway, I think it's not, I'm not saying that these countries are not in a real partnership, but so far it hasn't extended to anything military. And they're certainly not going to risk their own positions for Iran. You know, also very helpful to highlight the fact that Russia's air defense system completely failed against our stuff, which the Israelis have. And I mean, the Israelis obviously have their own stuff, but against like our F-35, we won. Good to know.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not even saying a kinetic operation, but I mean, you know, China sends all the precursors to fentanyl into Mexico, and that comes up. And I think all of this stuff plays into some type of a master plan.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. I mean, China is really focused on these gray zone operations, and they're killing. I mean, I guess bad analogy, appropriate analogy, they're killing it. I mean, look at all of these people folded over all over our cities. You know, that's China.
Yeah.
And they're very effective at what they do, and they've been partnering with the cartels. And they're not only are they providing precursor chemicals, but they're also the money launderers for the cartels.
How so?
The cartels launder their money through these Chinese gangs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and sanctioned by the CCP. Yep. And now,
Did you know? You had mentioned you were. Was it DIA? You were doing the Americas. Is that? Did you know this all the way back
No,
then?
I didn't. No, I've learned that in the last couple of years. I don't know if they were doing that back then, honestly, but they are now, big time.
I mean, I don't. It's hard to think like them because we're so reactionary and immediate, and they appear to be very good at a longer game.
What they've been doing is very deliberate, and that's why it's important. That's another reason why I really support what Israel's been doing against Iran, because we need to not have to worry about that anymore. And just like willing it away doesn't change the fact that there is a real threat there, and they have been killing Americans, and we can't take our eye off the ball, but we have another bigger problem. And I don't disagree. I mean, there's so many, especially like veterans of our era are like, enough, no more Middle East. I feel you, you know, and I would like for this to be resolved, and I see a way that it can be resolved. So hopefully soon. But yes, we need to be as deliberate as China's being. But there's a number of things that we still have to do that we're not doing yet, unfortunately.
Beck, I'm sorry I'm switching gears. I just have all these things popping in my head. But, we talk about with Sarah, she says that there are at least 1,000 sleeper cells, terrorist organizations within the U.S. borders right now. Do you have any insight into that or opinions or?
I mean, I don't know. Anything's possible. But even at their height, Al Qaeda and ISIS didn't have those numbers. So I'm skeptical.
Do you think they're strengthening again?
They absolutely are. They absolutely are.
Why do you think so many GWAT veterans are they don't want to go back to war? They don't want to go back over there. They're done with the Middle East. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because of all the shit that we just talked about with Iraq? It was all for nothing.
Yeah.
In Afghanistan, which was a loss.
Yeah. 100%.
I mean, I think that the GWAT generation is just so frustrated with, we talked about stricter ROEs. We talked about all kinds of stuff, and then when you do that, it's like, what, now you want me to go over there and do this fucking
We
job
funded
again?
the Taliban.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And apparently we still are. I don't know. But I think.
Now, I think Rubio stopped it, but
Right.
it's temporary. But it has to get through the Senate. So, Tim Sheehy, please hurry up and get that damn thing pushed through.
Amen. But yeah, I do think ultimately that that they're not wrong. I mean, I agree with that sentiment that we can't do that again. And it was in many ways a huge waste and created bigger problems. But that doesn't mean that we can't address, we now should stop addressing any threat. There's a balance.
Yeah.
And we can't send big armies to address threats. First of all, it doesn't work. We're not good at it. And second of all, we have bigger fish to fry. But again, maybe I'm like trying to thread the needle too much, but what I'm trying to say is, I'm not isolationist. I look at where we've come from, what we've done, all the things that I personally saw and learned. I agree. I agree with you and with everyone else who's been speaking out about no new wars, but I don't think that's what this is. I think taking like a targeted strike is different from that. And the fact that Israel is doing all of this other, that's what partners are for. Like, they're helping us. Like, let's let them finish what they're doing. Now, doing that in the most humanitarian way possible means finishing it as quickly as possible. The more this drags on, the more people suffer, the more people die. You have this horrible, tragic situation unfolding in Gaza. People are doing their best. We have, U.S. humanitarian workers there now, which, it's hard to see the way things are organized right now, how that's going to be successful and not like a PR disaster ultimately for us. But I hope for the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm rooting for us.
It's just fucking crazy, man. I mean, all these other terrorist organizations have ties to Iran. I'm sure the Taliban has ties to Iran one way or another as well. We're funding them, who are funded probably by Iran, but we're bombing Iran. And it's like, dude, pick what are we doing here? Like, we're fucking funding the people that killed us for 20 fucking years, who are tied to Iran, and then we go and bomb I just,
You said it.
like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, what the fuck are we doing, man? It just makes no sense. Like, how about you stop the fucking funding and like,
Or if
it's just
not,
asinine.
why don't you tell the American people why you're continuing it? Why don't you justify it? You know, that's the other thing. Like, I would love to hear from people like, we're doing X, here's why. No one does that anymore. Remember when we used to have like our leaders address the American people and explain, I'm doing this, here's why. I would love for that to, not that anyone would probably believe in anymore, because we all have we have problems with authority now, given everything that's happened to us. But, I still think at least give it a try. It's hard to know who to believe these days. It really is. I'm challenged by that as well. We got to keep going, and this is still worth fighting for. As messed up as things have gotten, our way of life is really important to continue, and we're still a beacon. That doesn't mean we're defending everyone or paying for everything, but we have to retain that
We
kind
are
of core.
the beacon.
Yes.
We are the beacon.
Yes.
The only fucking beacon.
Amen.
So,
Doesn't mean everyone can move here, though.
Oh, man. So then you got promoted
Yeah,
to DADSD.
I did.
What is that?
Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Middle East. So it's just like what it sounds like, basically the DoD's kind of policy lead for the region, for the Middle East. So in reality, just a staff officer job at a higher level. But I had many people in my chain of command that I had to prep for meetings, and I had to send them memos explaining things and ask them to do things. So there was a lot of that in that job. But it was an amazing job, amazing opportunity, amazing time to be there during the Abraham Accords. But I was there during COVID, so it was also a little bit crazy. We had coming from special operations where COVID didn't change anything. We all went to work every day. Everyone showed up. No one wore masks. It was the same. But when I moved over to like the traditional policy world, I had most of my office was not there. Oh, and they started this campaign. I ended up kind of, I think, making peace with a lot of the staff, but, they're like traditional government bureaucrats, and a lot of them had gone to these schools that I referred to and were very concerned about me coming to be their boss. And so there was a story in Politico about me before I even got into the job. And it was kind of sad because it wasn't even about me. It was about my parents. And it was just like, oh, we're just really scared about what this means. Like, okay. So I show up there. There was a guy wearing this mask, literally like I think it was a rebreather mask or something, like just a most insane. Okay, hi. And I think he wrote me up at one point because I had my own office, and I would go in my office, I would not wear a mask, and I would just do my work. And that apparently was like an unsafe work environment thing. And even though I was alone in my office, I had to wear a mask. No. And also I had a buddy on the COVID task force who told me, like, early days, masks are bullshit. Like, they don't do anything. So I'm like, this whole thing it's like a performance. It's not real. So I did my best to kind of like refuse to take part in it, but it was impossible, because they'll tell you, like, you have to, where's your mask? Put your mask on. And, it was tough. Maybe I should have pushed back more. I have a lot of respect for people who did. In that environment, it was really, really hard. But, So it limited what I was able to do. You know, the travel, usually a lot of travel in that job. My travel was limited. And when I did travel, there was like, you know, tests every minute and quarantine. And
Oh man.
so it was a huge pain in the butt. But the job itself was amazing. We still had a lot of visitors. And, you know, I was there during the Abraham Accords.
How was that? I mean, and then so my understanding of the Abraham Accords is it's some type of a treaty in between Middle Eastern countries and Israel, basically a peace deal, correct? Can you elaborate on that a little bit for people that don't know?
Sure. So essentially, they don't, since the formation and the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, all the countries in the Arab League never recognized that the State of Israel. It was never formally recognized. And in fact, there are two different wars where Israel's neighbors attacked it, and Israel won. But there's never been peace. There's been individual peace with like Egypt and Jordan, who have benefited, they've benefited greatly from Jordan in particular, from Israel's kind of like security assurances, whatever. They share a lot of intelligence with Jordan. They do a lot of stuff together. And in Egypt, I think things have gotten a little more challenged since October 7th, and since it was revealed that the number and size of tunnels going between Egypt and the Gaza Strip, where Egypt was supposed to be maintaining security there. Anyway, but the Abraham Accords were when several countries, UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, I think the Sudan, all formally acknowledged the State of Israel, and as such established diplomatic relations, economic ties, military ties. So it was such a huge, momentous, like earth-shattering event, truly. We had the opportunity after that to move Israel into CENTCOM. Israel, because its neighbors were always like either fighting it or at minimum hated it and wouldn't acknowledge its existence, Israel was always part of EUCOM. But during the first Trump administration, after the Abraham Accords, Israel joined CENTCOM. And so that's also been a huge change that a lot of people don't realize, where they're doing so many joint exercises now that they were never able to do before. And Israel hopefully can become like the premier security guarantor in the region. And that is a great thing for us. So
You were a part of that.
I was part of so I just want to be careful. This was another thing where like many people have written books and have claimed that they've, I was part of the arms deal afterwards. So yes, I definitely was involved in the like second and third order things that happened after the agreement was signed. But no, I wasn't part of the diplomatic effort. There were only really a few people who were, and just a monumental, game-changing thing. It's truly extraordinary to see the changes in the region, even since then, just a few years ago. Really amazing and hopeful. And I'm hoping, things are a little crazy right now, but we were on track. I think Syria was on track to joining the Abraham Accords. And I know Israel bombed it this morning, but I know this sounds weird to say, but I'm still kind of hopeful that they will. Jelani has condemned what his people ostensibly did. So, and they've made some kind of ceasefire. So I hope it holds, and I hope long term that, I mean, that's how this is solved. Like there needs to be a broader peace. A lot of people have questions about what happened in the last few days against the Druze and if it was somehow orchestrated by Iran. I've seen people on X kind of raise that as a potential, something that could potentially be the case.
Interesting.
Iran is known for doing stuff like that, so it's possible. They don't have a lot of cards at this time, so instigating this kind of unrest, like obviously Abraham Accords is the worst possible thing that could happen to them, and October 7th was a direct result of Saudi Arabia being very, very close to joining the Abraham Accords, and Iran obviously scuttled that with the Hamas attack against Israel. So we'll see what happens, but man, these people have been in war for so long and there's just so much suffering. But we need to keep a very clear-eyed view into like what is in our U.S. interests. Where do our interests lie? What do we want to influence and how? While understanding that at a base level is not going to involve troops on the ground. Like that's off the table. That's not real. What I do think is possible though is, we have authorities for other things. We have surrogates, we have partner units, like maybe not in this case, but maybe in the future in other instances, that's something that our government could think about. But I don't really see that playing out right now.
Well, I hope you're right. But Simone, we're wrapping up the interview. I know you got a flight to catch, so I don't want to keep you too long. So one last question.
Yes.
There's 3 people you could see on this show. Who would they be?
Great question. I need to think about that. I don't have an immediate answer. Do you need one right now?
Rattle one off. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. All right.
I apologize. I left it all on the field, Sean.
That was the toughest question of the interview.
I got
for
nothing
you.
left.
Well, Simone, I just really appreciate you coming here, and I loved chatting with you and getting to know you and going down all those different rabbit holes. And
Thank you.
I don't think you give yourself enough credit, but very impressive career.
I want to be careful because you and I both know that community, and God forbid, I would never want to take any, like they did the real work. You know what I mean? I think it's important to acknowledge that. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
This has been fun.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.